skill issue. Like it didn't break. Just didn't break. No, God! Zombie head here. Who's a good boy? Oh, can I? Who's a good boy? Who's a good little zombie? Oh. He doesn't like it. Right. Yeah, I don't remember his legs being quite so thin. So, kind of. Oh, you can stab from down there, can you? See you later, bozo. See you later. The boss here. Oh, is it this fucking scroll? Oh, it's Pumpkinhead, okay. Okay, so yeah, maybe Ashes of War are worth looking into. Surely not. Surely not. Surely not. Surely not. Really? How many goes was that? How many attempts was that? Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Right. So, let's go make some fucking deliveries, because that's what we're supposed to be doing. Dicking around building roads. Thankfully, it's fucking daylight again. Welcome back, everybody. Beat Death Stranding and see if there's just something that's been forgotten. There's a shift in the plot to where we either missed or they changed it and left us to figure it out by ourselves. Why can you kill this and not have BTs? So this is, I don't get this. Why can you kill this but not have BTs? Yes, this is the thing. Again, this is one of the things that makes me think that there's an overall shift towards, like, you know, more combat and killing things and stuff. Which, it's whatever. But yeah, it's kind of like, I feel like rather than this game being a little bit more combat focused, the game is like fundamentally different in its message and philosophy. And I don't want to get too like pretentious with it, but yeah, like the first game, it's really, really sort of apparent that, you know, killing things is wrong, and, you know, it causes huge problems. It leaves giant great big craters. You know, obviously it leaves holes in people's lives. There's some symbolism or some representation in there if you want to read into it. And yeah, Higgs would always make the description, excuse me, Higgs would always make the delimitation. Is delimitation the right word? They would always say, you know, the stick and the rope, you know? You tie something up with a rope or you beat it with a stick, right? And in this game, there's a cutscene where he literally says, oh, I see you traded in that rope for a stick. And it was kind of like, so is the game trying to make it more about combat? To make Sam more, you know, to make Sam more into like an action hero? Because I'm not sure I'm like on board with that. I always appreciated the fact that Sam was like not your stereotypical action hero kind of guy. He was somebody that was uniquely suited for the task that happened to also include saving the world, but beyond that he wasn't like, you know, running around like knee sliding and fucking shooting people in the head and stuff. It wasn't his character. In this game, it's like, yeah, like if there's a field of BTs, you're not sneaking past it. And it is kind of annoying to me that one of the things I enjoyed about, you know, sneaking past the BTs and using stealth was if I could get near their umbilical cord, I could cut the cord with the handcuffs. But in this one, you have to sneak up to them like they're a fucking guard in like a patrol route. But the thing is, they float up in the air, and then you have to... These fucking dynamic shadows on the fog are pretty crazy. Damn, yeah, those fucking monorail shadows on the fog, pretty crazy. But yeah, in this one, you've got to creep up behind them. But the thing is, they're floating in the air, kind of, you know, doing their thing. And they just turn around. And it's like, well, you know, how am I supposed to, like, sneak up on them? Because a bunch of the BTs that you're, you know, supposed to be sneaking up on, they're just in a big open space, right? There's hardly any cover at all. And they've changed it so that now the BTs don't need to touch you. They've got line of sight, right? But yeah, it's crazy to me that, you know, someone like Hideo Kojima and, you know, the team behind this game, which is probably a lot of people behind Metal Gear Solid, they know what line of sight means if you make it too overpowered, right? Where if it was true line of sight, you wouldn't be able to play a Metal Gear Solid game. The Metal Gear Solid games are really fun because there is a clear and, you know, demonstrated limitation to the view of the guards, and you can work within that and you can get used to it. But in this one, if they get a bead on you, they've got a line of sight on you. That's it. And then this thing comes out of the ground, and then it drags you off, and you've got to shoot something in a giant obvious weak spot for a certain amount, and then it all goes away. And it's like, I don't want to do that all the time, you know. Obviously, when it's part of the story and it's sort of, you know, a scripted sequence that can be, like, you know, designed, yeah, it'd be great. But all the sort of, you know, anecdotal kind of, like, you know, just a BT character just spawns because you got spotted by a BT and then one of the monsters comes out. I'm not really interested in that stuff because it's, you know, it's manufactured. It's just, you know, happenstance. There isn't any sort of real cinematic quality to it. It's just, you know, this is what happens when you get caught by a BT. It's like, okay, I've seen this enemy before, you know, and I just shoot it and it dies. And I don't really draw any sort of satisfaction from, you know, just shooting something with a giant gold weak spot. Because, yeah, I'm not going to lie. I mean, I love the first game, but the last boss, that giant, great big... oh, actually, I can't talk about it. Because Stabby isn't there yet. Sorry. Almost started talking about it. But yeah. Sam needs to break his knees, getting old and make him do everything while they chill in their bunkers. Poor man. Yeah, this is it. This is it. Sam's a dad now. He's a family man. He can't be running around in the fucking desert making deliveries. You're right there, Bubba. Sorry, my cat's turned into a giant hot dog.
Well, it's clearly been well taken care of. No wonder people trust you. Just how many jobs have you handled for me? Now displaying your current porter grade.
Oh, almost 280.
You take care.
Sorry, I didn't see you there. Misa, welcome in. And Dennis, good to see you guys. Sorry, I didn't see you guys there. I apologise. But welcome in. BT's always used to be blind. They could find you using sound. Yes, I wasn't paying attention. I couldn't cut BT cords as well as I creep up them beneath them, but no button. This is the other thing, is that sometimes you're creeping towards them, but they're too high up in the sky. They're too high up, floating in the air for you to actually take... It's just sort of like... How is that how things have panned out? You know, like you've made it more awkward to deal with BTs. You've spawned more of them. You've made them work on line of sight, but you've spawned them in giant open areas where line of sight is almost impossible to avoid. And I'm like, what are we doing here? What is the actual sort of, you know, mechanic we're going for? Because, you know, it's not Metal Gear Solid. I know it's not Metal Gear Solid, but you know, I think a lot of us appreciated the sneaking bits, you know, sneaking through that old derelict mall and sneaking through that field in between all the craggy rocks to avoid being noticed by the BTs and everything. I enjoyed the fuck out of that, you know, I enjoyed the stealth. And you could still run around with a gun and shoot things if you wanted, you know, there was still space and bandwidth for people that wanted to shoot stuff. So yeah, but I feel like now, the way I enjoyed Death Stranding 1 has been nerfed, and now it's, you know, all guns blazing all the time, and I'm like, I don't want to do that, you know. I can, I'm capable of it, you know. I did get caught in a fight, and I thought, you know what, fuck it, maybe it wants me to get into at least one fight before it will leave me alone. But no, it's you know, there were moments where there's like 15, 16 BTs all right next to each other, and I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this, Kojima? Yeah, am I supposed to sneak past this? And you're not supposed to sneak past it? Or I'll just fabricate like 25 blood grenades and just throw blood grenades at them to get rid of them. And people are like, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. I'm like, yeah, but that's really long-winded and boring. And the outcome isn't massively advantageous. So it's like, I don't see like the cinematic or the gameplay quality in doing so. It just seems like a bit of a fucking, you know, just a bit of like, you know, manufactured sort of, you know, busy work, which is not really Kojima's thing. You know, Kojima makes like, you know, really, really well thought out settings and sequences that really sort of, you know, they feel really cinematic and well put together. So I kind of want to hang a right, I think. Oh. And obviously, I don't know why this desert area is just always it's always a sandstorm. Because don't get me wrong, I know there are sandstorms in the desert. It's a desert, I get it. But like, it's kind of like, damn, like I want to see this lovely desert environment. I want to see the vista, you know? I want to see the view. But it just spawns a dust bowl it just spawns a sandstorm every time. And yeah, it starts to feel kind of a bit fake. But anyway, I don't want to, you know, criticize too hard. But yeah, I feel as if it's going off in a direction that doesn't include, you know, the kind of gameplay that me and a few other people enjoyed with the first one. So I think if Death Stranding 3 is announced, I don't think I'll be pre-ordering it or getting it day one. I think I'll wait until a few people have played it and see what they say. Because yeah, like I've absolutely adored so many of Hideo Kojima's games, but this just feels really sort of unfocused. It feels like there's way too many ideas trying to be shoehorned in, and yeah. But like I say, it's a difficult second album. It's very difficult. Sequels are very difficult. You know, it's very, very difficult to get a sequel that really tops the first one. Because the first, I mean, the reason the sequel exists is because the first one was so good. The project wouldn't get greenlit if the first one didn't absolutely slap. So you kind of have your work cut out for yourself trying to do a second game. And it's happened time and time again. You know, the second game is usually not quite as impactful or, you know, as meaningful as the first game. But it is more of the same in most parts, which is what I wanted. I wanted some more deliveries and some more challenges and some more story and some more interesting characters. But yeah, driving around at night time when you can't see anything and or driving around in a fucking dust storm, sandstorm, it's not quite as compelling, if I'm honest. And yeah, I won't go into the whole, like, you know, Korean character, like clearly fully Korean character having a fucking thick Australian accent. That's fucking weird as well. But then again, everything in a Kojima game is kind of weird, so it's like, yeah, I get it. But yeah, it's kind of crazy they gave a Korean dude, like a famous Korean dude, they gave him a fucking Australian accent. It's so wild. So have I got everything I need? This. The motherhood. Cover. So exceptional quantity target 4. And in here I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. That's all of them. Right, so. Doing good, thanks. Started Clear Obscure the other day. Pretty great so far. Dude, it's one of the best games I've ever played. It's so fucking good. Story is beautiful, the characters are beautiful, the writing is beautiful, the voice acting is beautiful. The combat and parry system and the animations and the cinematics are beautiful. The environments and level design are beautiful. The music, it has so many really good qualities. And there's only a handful of rough edges that are like legitimately completely forgivable. It's completely forgivable. The only things it doesn't do, like 10 out of 10, are sort of like, you know, either very, you know, unimportant and trivial, or, you know, kind of a necessity, like they couldn't really do much more. So yeah. I do think that including a parry system and a dodge system without a proper skeletal hitbox system was a bit of an oversight, because there are some timings on some parries and some dodges that just don't fucking line up. And overall, like, the timings aren't all kind of uniform. I think a handful of people were tasked with setting up a timing for the parries, and those people had different views on, you know, when a parry needs to actually, rather than them all agreeing that this is how a parry works, this is what you should be aiming for. Some enemies, they parry and they attack, and like you push the parry button, and like the weapon is like clipping through your character, but then you get the parry. Other times the weapon is barely even halfway through its swing and you can parry it back. And it's like, yeah, it's just that inconsistency means that you can't really fully like lock into the parry timings. You can learn them, but they're kind of arbitrary to the animation, which is, yeah, makes it feel less satisfying, but it's still a really cool system.
Please wait while I review
A smoothie check, by all means. Once again, we have the classic blue bolt, or bolt from the blue as we used to call it. Guava, lime, apple, coconut water, and blue spirulina. Playing on story mode, was complaining why I don't get Legend of Legend, and it dawned on me I need to up my game. Oh, so you can't get Legend of Legends if you're doing on story. Okay. So I did and went to the BT area, one machine gun and one grenade launcher, and then died quickly. The beast has moves, I wasn't prepared. Yeah. Character must have grown up in Australia. Possibly they grew up in Australia, yeah, but I feel as if, you know, I don't know, I feel it might be a little bit insincere to have like a really, you know, but I mean maybe that person was really sort of funny about their likeness being used, so they signed off, you can only use my likeness, I'm not wasting my time recording voice dialogue because, you know, I'm too important or whatever. So yeah, maybe that was it, but yeah, it just seems really strange. Because, yeah, like if I was in charge and I couldn't get, if it was a Korean character in the game and they said they weren't going to do the voice acting, I would get somebody with a Korean accent, you know, like it's, I don't know, it just makes sense to me to use somebody with a Korean accent. But yeah, Spooder, welcome in. Quick hi and to dip from spoilers. Yes, please protect yourself from spoilers. Thank you for stopping by, dude. Have a lovely rest of your week. Right. Excuse me.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it hasn't turned to night time. Don't share Bunny's smoothie recipe with no one. But yeah, this is the thing. I keep buying this smoothie, and one thing I've come to terms with that I've noticed as I've got older is that pretty much all of the smoothies that I like are apple juice based. And I then went on to read about how supermarkets have like diversified those two, you know, drinks. Orange juice and apple juice, like they're like basically most of the stuff on the shelves in the supermarket is just apple juice or orange juice. Yes, we do need to deliver to the Pioneer. So actually a bunch of the drinks that I really like, they're actually just orange juice or apple juice with some other stuff in them. So I should really find somewhere to buy like large cartons of like high quality apple juice, and then just buy the spirulina and the coconut water and everything, you know, and just make them myself. I've got a little ninja bullet thing my brother got me for Christmas that I make my protein shakes with.
Daddy Dennis says, excuse me, but is anyone in here named Michael? I'm just doing a mic check.
There's 1,212 of them in chat, Dennis. You know, 1212. Thank you for the pun. Every time I see a pun now, I think, oh, I'll save that. Dennis will love it. I try and save them for you. Climbing. Because the thing is, it is just desert, so I literally just drive in a direction through the storm. The storm doesn't really fucking like slow me down or stop me. I mean, obviously I'm going up a hill that's very steep, so... Oh, for goodness sake. Always end up with Aldi natural apple juice. Well, yeah, this is it. If I can find, because trouble with UK supermarkets is there's all sorts of choice. You've got so much choice, but most of it is the same thing, and most of it is garbage. And this is kind of one of the biggest cons about living in the first world in somewhere like England, where like you have a shelf full of drinks and things like that. But like I say, the majority of them are the same thing. The majority of them are the same thing, just with like one extra ingredient. You've got the situation of like, you know, do we really need 7-Up and Sprite? But then there'll be people that argue that, yeah, one's definitely better than the other, so you have to have both. But yeah, it's just one of the sort of scams of living in the first world, is there's, you know, you've got this illusion of choice. You think you have all these nice things to choose from, but they're all roughly the same thing. So I'm trying to get into the habit of buying whatever that is, and if I want to mix some stuff into it to make it taste like something else, then I will. Because yeah, it might be a bit more expensive, but if I buy like proper raw, organic, you know, no preservatives or any nonsense, no added sugar apple juice, and just get used to drinking that, I won't crave any of the, you know, the drinks that I like. But yeah, blue spirulina, coconut water, guava, I can get all this stuff, you know, off the internet. And I'm pretty sure most of it, I mean, coconut water I can buy in the supermarket as well. Guava I might have to find somewhere to get from. But that obviously probably won't keep forever. But yeah, blue spirulina, I think it's just a powder, which means it's probably going to last, you know, for months on end. So I'll just, you know, do that.
Yo, take a load off, dude. I'll just need a sec to give the order data a...
That story's only for drinks. I always temper my expectations, so I can be surprised. But yeah, I'm getting that special feeling from Claire Obscure. And yeah, honestly, Misa, the story continues to get better and better and better. The fights get more and more cinematic and more crazy, and the environments get more and more beautiful. That game just continues to build and build and build and build. And yeah, it's a beautiful story. The characters are incredibly well written. The voice acting is fucking exquisitely good. It has some of the best humor in a game I've played. But also some really serious kind of, you know, some really serious subject matter around certain aspects of life and death that I won't go into too much because I don't want to spoil anything. But yeah, I really hope you enjoy it, because I genuinely think it's Game of the Year. And that's me saying this, that I really enjoyed Indiana Jones and the Golden Circle. That game is literally so much like the films. It's so much like the films. It's fucking crazy. The color grading, the sound design, the writing, it's so much like the films. It's fucking brilliant. But it has a limited appeal. You need to be a really big, you know, you need to be an Indiana Jones fan and like first person sort of games, you know, to love it. This is obviously brilliant, but I don't think it's quite as good as the first one. But Claire Obscure has, yeah, it was just absolutely fucking brilliant. And it wasn't just brilliant combat. It was brilliant combat, brilliant music, brilliant character design, brilliant voice acting, brilliant writing, brilliant jokes, brilliant music, brilliant environmental storytelling and design, brilliant subject matter and story, heartbreaking moments, and yes, just some absolutely just pure fucking cinema, just like cinema of like a quality you'd expect from like, you know, a huge AAA studio, but in a tiny little studio full of 33 people. And yes, they outsourced some work, and you know that's how video game design is. Yes, it wasn't just 33 people. There's a lot more people in the credits because they outsourced a bunch of work. But yeah, I think considering that they all decided to take the plunge and, you know, try and go it alone after leaving the security of working for a big studio like Ubisoft, and I think that the thing is, I think they pulled the pin at the right time, because Ubisoft is a sinking ship and they could have gone down with it, and then they would have been trying to find work alongside everyone else. But they decided, you know what, Ubisoft, the writing's on the wall, the stock price has just tanked over and over again. Let's just chip off. We're going to lose our jobs in 3 or 4 years anyway. We may as well just fucking quit now and make the game we want to make. And they had the balls to do it. They had the fucking courage and the bravery to fucking do it. So not only is it a fucking brilliant game, it's also a fucking beautiful story of how it came into fruition. And I think that's important. When it comes to Game of the Year, you need to think beyond just the game. You know, you also need to think about, what does the game say? What kind of message does the game send to the gaming industry as a whole? Elden Ring sent a message that, you know what, if you put a fucking shit ton of really high quality content into a £60 game that runs on console, PC, you know, both consoles and PC, and you sell it with no microtransactions, no fucking, you know, predatory DRM or whatever, just a fucking shitload of really high quality content, people will buy it and the industry will recognize it, and that's what happened. So when Elden Ring won Game of the Year, it wasn't just because Elden Ring is a brilliant game, it's also because of the message it sends, that this is what the gaming industry should be doing. This is what video game enjoyers want. And I think Expedition 33, not only is it a fucking brilliant game, the story of how it came to be, you know, and the story of, you know, the developers behind it and everything, it's so fucking serendipitous. It's so fucking wonderful. So I think Game of the Year is the cherry on top that the world needs to bestow on those people. I think that if you send a message to the gaming industry that AAA is formulaic and stale and boring and repetitive and doesn't treat people well and doesn't pay people well, if we stop these giant studios that are basically just the sort of the backup hand of a massive publisher, just working on these middle of the road, mass appeal focused, fucking repetitive AAA games, and just let teams of 150 people make a game that they're all passionate about, and then don't be surprised when that game, because it's made with love and passion, is incredibly good, you know? Because yeah, Clair Obscur is the exact, it's what the gaming world needed. It's not just a great video game, it's what the gaming industry needed. It was a wake-up call that there are incredibly talented developers and artists and animators and voice actors and writers and level designers and texture artists and lighting artists. There are so many amazingly talented people currently in the gaming industry, and we just need to take advantage of that, because if we don't, they're going to move into other creative industries, and the film industry already has enough employees, right? There's already enough money and enough employees in the film industry as it is. We need to keep as many people in the video games industry as we can, if we're going to continue to get good games. So thank you for the hydrate. I'm sure the Donkey Kong game is good, but I hope it doesn't win considering the prices around Nintendo games. Oh god, yeah. People are saying, like, you know, I saw a meme the other day that said everyone's going to be so pissed off when Donkey Kong wins Game of the Year instead of Expedition 33. And the comments were like, just fucking cope, L. I was like, that's a fucking wild take, my dude, because I've seen footage. I haven't played it. I don't have a Switch 2. It's too expensive, and there aren't enough games. But it's Mario Odyssey 2. It's not a Donkey Kong game. It's Mario Odyssey. And it's just Mario Odyssey 2 with Donkey Kong instead of... Which is fine. Mario Odyssey was a fucking brilliant game. But it doesn't look like it's done anything like really groundbreaking, right? Because Odyssey, you possessed certain things and you gained their ability for a short amount of time to get past a particular part of the level. And then Astrobot has kind of evolved that idea and kind of run with it a bit further than Nintendo was willing to. And as a result, Astrobot was actually fucking really brilliant. And again, another incredibly great game, a bunch of great content, really well put together. No bullshit, no DLC, no microtransactions, no fucking predatory DRM practices. Just a fucking really good video game. Through and through, just designed to be a fucking good video game. Not chasing fucking, you know, arbitrary sales targets and so on and so forth. We've all seen the speech from the Larian CEO. But yeah, it looks as if maybe, because I feel like Astrobot kind of showed that Nintendo isn't the only team that can do a good platformer game now. I think Sony and specifically Team Asobi have really sharpened up what can be done with a platformer. And yeah, I think Nintendo might be a little bit kind of nervous about that. But yeah, I've seen footage of it, and yeah, you've got destructible environments, but we had destructible environments in Red Faction, you know, back on the PC in like 1990, whatever it was. So like, yeah, it's like, it's not a new mechanic. The first time we've seen it on a handheld device in a Nintendo game, for sure. And I'm sure there's a bunch of interesting ways you can use it to solve puzzles, but yeah, that's not game of the year. You know, it's a great game. It's probably a 8 or 9 out of 10. It's not game of the year. Excited for October. Little Nightmares 3 drops October 12th of pre-order. Yeah, I mean, I think I need to do... I've done Little Nightmares 1, but I think I need to do Little Nightmares 2. I might have done it. But yeah, I mean, those are great little platformer games, you know, and obviously the art direction and the art style and everything is so good in those. So yeah, that'll be fun to play. Be proud, Bunny Day 17, no buying V-Bucks. GG's, dude. 17 days. So you're over half a month. So yeah, if you can keep going for another 10, 15 days, the whole month. Don't give those people your money. Do not give them any more money. They have enough. They have enough. Right, I've got delivery for this person. Little Nightmares 2 on sale, $2.99. It's only $2.99. What? Why have I got... Is that Zoltan? I don't know his real name. Oh yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Hang on. That's $24.99, and have I got it on my wish list? It is on my wish list. Okay. The Little Nightmares 3 is out soon, so hopefully when they release the third one, hopefully the second one will go on sale. I just hold out a little bit longer. I just hold out that little bit longer, I might get it on sale. But yeah, if it's on sale on Xbox, okay. Tsuge! SP Kotacular. Come on, man.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
Ore. Well done. Right, what have you got? Oh, we literally just fucking drove from there. What else have we got in our cargo at the moment? Oh, excuse me. Oh yeah, the ghost hunter, okay. So we've got to go to the hydrologist anyway. So let's go to the hydrologist. Let me check. Yeah, let's go to the hydrologist. A fan. Might have to take my fan apart and give it a service. Oil up all the bearings and everything. I don't think it's quite pushing air as much as I'd like. think we've got to go this way. Yeah. But yeah, like I don't doubt that Donkey Kong Bonanza, whatever it is, it'll be a really fun video game. It'll be really, really fun to play. But I think that, like I mentioned earlier, I don't want to repeat myself too much. Like, I think a game of the year needs to not only be a brilliant video game through and through, it needs to also be like a real, you know, shining example of like how video games should be made. Because I think game of the year, it's, you know, it needs to go to, like I say, it needs to go to a game that kind of really has the video game, you know, playing public at heart, you know? You give it to something like Assassin's Creed or like a big AAA game that's, you know, clearly a little bit money, you know, because some games aren't, you know, some big AAA games aren't as monetary, you know, they're not as money focused, they're not as profit driven. But yeah, some of them, like, they're such a platform for microtransactions that, yeah, I struggle to sort of give them any creative merit, because it's pretty clear that they were never intent, you know, anything actually genuinely creative about them will be coincidental. It won't be deliberate. If there's something really creative and interesting about it, it will be because of it being attached to some sort of monetary exchange of some sort. And yeah, we need to slowly but surely just fucking starve that kind of business practice to death. We need to stop pre-ordering games digitally when you can just download them on day one. Because, you know, if you're pre-ordering a special edition or whatever, or a disc copy of a game, then fair enough, because you want to make sure you reserve a copy of that disc, because there is a finite amount on release day. But digital games, if you're going to download the game anyway, there's no point pre-ordering. It's a scam. Like, don't give them your money before they've given you the product, because you're always going to be able to download the game, you know. So this one, I paid. This one came out on the 26th, which is about 2 days before my payday. So I wasn't going to wait all month, so I did order it the payday before, unfortunately. But yeah, if I've got the money and I can buy the game on day one, then I'll just buy it digitally on day one and just download it. You know, it's, you know. And everyone's like, well, what if everyone else is downloading the game? I said, well, I hate to break it to you, but the people that pre-ordered the game, you know, they're also going to be downloading it as well. But you do sometimes get a pre-order, like, early download. Sometimes it's worth buying it a day or two early. But yeah, no more than a week, let's be honest. Because yeah, if we keep pre-ordering games, if we keep buying in-game transactional stuff, they'll just keep doing it because it's far too profitable. I mean, the amount of money EA makes from in-game transactions is fucking staggering. Like, it's bonkers how much money, because you'd think the game sales at 60 quid a pop would be the main part of their income, but it's nothing compared to the amount of money they make from all these in-game transactions on FIFA and stuff. It's fucking crazy how much money they make. So they're going to fight for it tooth and nail, but we have to, as an industry, as a demographic of society, we have to, you know, fight tooth and nail back to make sure that we don't give these games the time of day. Because if the sales drop off and it stops being a legitimate platform for microtransactions, they'll all fuck off to doing something else, which is what we want, you know, because there won't be as many games, they won't release a new blah blah 15 or whatever. It's like, we don't need it, you know, we've got enough video games, we have enough games. It's bonkers. I just, you know, whenever I see like young kids on socials, they're like, oh, there's no games to play, gaming is dead. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Never been more games to play. We've literally never had this many games to play. So have I got an order for the architect? Yeah, so we've got to go the other side and then up the hill. There's a zip line and then the architect is there. Hang on. There's a zip line around here somewhere. Oh, no, you see, you bump into something, barely any speed whatsoever, and it fucking damages all of your cargo. It's just trying to punish you for using the truck. Cyberpunk 65% off. Is that on Xbox or is that on PC? Because I do want to get it on PC, because I want to see what the graphics can look like. I played it on console when it released. No, I can't. Fuck's sake. Okay. Did away with buying movies and videos. Cyberpunk is $20. Also, Xbox did away with their buying movies and videos. So you can't rent or buy videos, movies and stuff on their platform anymore. That's a shame. But yeah, I mean, Microsoft is like, well, Xbox, I should say. I think they're reevaluating a lot of shit because, yeah, I think they spent a lot of money on studios and they explicitly promised that they weren't just going to start fucking sacking people, and they started sacking people, and it's just like, for fuck's sake, man, when are we going to stop this fucking nonsense where just because a company has like a few hundred million to spend buying studios, they're just allowed to, and then they realize they've spent too much money and they immediately backpedal on it. It's just like, for fuck's sake, this. Dual, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Cyberpunk on Steam still $59.99. Fuck's sake, man. You know, the thing is, I don't want to buy the game full price again. I paid full price for it. Well, actually, that's not true. I actually kind of lucked out. I looked at it, was really interested. It got released, and everybody was literally tearing it apart, saying how unreliable it was. It turns out it wasn't that bad. It was just PlayStation 4 and Xbox. On a PlayStation 5 and PC and stuff, it was mostly fine. But yeah, the game eventually got like slashed to like 30 quid within like a few months of release. And I was like, well, for 30 quid, you know, even if it is a buggy mess, 30 quid is dirt cheap for a game that big. So I bought it. And then we had a Movember charity sort of drive, and I played it 10 hours a day, 10 days in a row. When I had a week off work to raise money for charity, I played it from one Friday all the way till the next Monday, the Monday after that week. So I played it for like 10 days, and I wasn't bored of it. And I barely fast traveled. I barely used the fast travel system because it was so good. And I was like, holy fuck! I haven't fell in love with a game like that in such a long time. Like, how was this game was only 30 quid? And I got well over 100 hours out of it. I managed to raise a bunch of money for charity playing it. But yeah, look, they spawn straight away as well. So we're just going to go to the right though, aren't we? It's fine, we can go to the right. Yeah, this is the thing. I end up just driving past them because I can't be bothered, which is silly, really. Just caught up with your comments. Yeah, agreed. Excuse me one sec. Ideally, you want subtext behind the game being put on a pedestal for Game of the Year, like it'd be extremely influential in some way to shape and form, have a strong message about what to do. Yeah, exactly, for sure. You need a game that's going to show, like, the best way a game can be made. You want to show a game that's good in the way that it, players enjoy it, but it's good in the way that a studio that's really passionate made it. It's good in the way that it wasn't just another AAA title that, was just purely focused on just spending a bunch of money on production quality and letting a bunch of other stuff just, you know, suffer in the process. Hello, Bubba. Sorry, it's my cat. I don't have a son or anything. I don't have a human baby here. It's just a cat, so I don't have to... if I had a human baby, I'd be watching him, I promise you. But no, I have a cat baby instead. He's a very silly boy. You might be able to see his tail hanging out over here. The Bubba, indeed. Love Mass Effect Legendary Edition. You can flirt and romance Lila, the cute blue alien. But if you're Blue Raz Bunny, a blue alien might suit you. As long as it's all consensual, of course.
Thanks for the extra cargo job.
Keep you updated when it goes on sale. But thank you, Bunny. I appreciate that. But yes, I think Game of the Year definitely needs to go to a game that excels in every aspect of video games, not just being a good game to play, but a game that was made with passion and love by a studio that, you know, they treat the staff fairly and everything. Because yeah, it's kind of cringe when I see people on the internet like screaming that Spider-Man 2 didn't win Game of the Year. It's like, yeah, I'm sure it's a great game, but you need to understand not everybody is like obsessed with comic book characters like you. There's like a much greater kind of there's a much greater kind of network of people. Have you really got no orders for anyone else nearby? What have I got? Ah. Right, what have we got? Ghost Hunter. Not really bothered about that, or that, or that, or that. That I'm bothered about. That I'm bothered about. I need to go to the Ghost Hunter as well as the Pioneer, right? Okay, so in that case, what we need to do is we need to go to the Ghost Hunter here, and then we need to go to the mechanic there. So what we can do is we can go down the hill past the pizza guy, and we can try and go along this lake to avoid those monsters, BTs, and then we can go across the lake and then hopefully pick up the road. Actually, that's not too far, is it? So we could go down the road, couldn't we? But yeah, if we head towards a road. Posted and found it. Thank you for the thank you for posting in the photography section, dude. I'll take a look after stream. I don't want to start getting my phone out when I'm live, if I can help it. Thank you for posting it, dude. I appreciate that. But yeah, I wouldn't mind getting Cyberpunk on my PC to see what it looks like. Oh, I can't be arsed, mate. See what I mean? It's pointless. It's pointless, you know, like... There's literally nothing about that that's compelling or interesting. You just shoot it in the face, and that's it. You know, like that's it. You don't, you have to shoot it in the arm, or it doesn't have a particular weak spot that moves around. You just shoot that thing in the face, and it's like that's it. That's the gameplay. And I'm like, I don't need that. Like that doesn't, that doesn't like fill me with like interest and passion or whatever you want to call it. I don't get excited by that. They seem to want to do it all the time, so I'm not sure if like being more combat focused is like a conscious decision, or it's just like a happenstance where they just decided to do things a bit differently and see what happened. But yeah, I don't know. Like, that wasn't super exciting. It was just kind of fucking annoying. It was just kind of tedious, you know what I mean? Like, I had to fucking stop what I was doing, shoot something in the face for about 5 or 6 seconds, and then go back to what I was doing. It's kind of like, what was the point, you know? It doesn't really... I don't really think it serves any real meaningful purpose. Doesn't really add any sort of gameplay that's, you know, I think is really, you know, worth the player's time. I think, you know, the enjoyment of just traveling from one place to the other when it's daylight. You see, I'm just fucking destroying the cargo now. So does it do a quick save after? Fuck's sake. Cyberpunk Ultimate Edition, it's £23 on PC, ends on the 31st. Okay, so I get paid on the 28th, so I might be able to. I might be able to grab it. Because, yeah, I reckon it would be a slightly different game, mouse and keyboard. There's obviously gunfighting in that game, but there's so many other things involved in combat, so if you're a controller player, you're not, you know, as limited, you know? But yeah, there were definitely like the double jump where you can like jump over people and shoot them in the head as you go over. With a mouse and keyboard, I might be able to line them up a little bit better. Excuse me. Yes, thank you for letting me know, dude. Anyways, head off now. Might be back later. Enjoy the stream, dude. Lisa, thank you for stopping by, dude. Lovely to see you. See you next time. You're right there, bye-bye. I don't know how you can be sleeping. You've been asleep all day. He's staring at me. He can barely keep his eyes open. He's like, what are you yawning for? I've been asleep since 3 o'clock. It's now 7 o'clock. I've been asleep for 4 hours. How are you yawning? $60 real money, $23.99. Yes, yeah. I mean, obviously, and also in pounds, that'll be even cheaper. It'll be about $19.95 or something. You know. Really, when I take a longer nap, it's mostly more yawning. Yeah, I'm only playing. It's just because, you know, he sleeps. He sort of like walks around. He's got me yawning, huh? He'll sort of walk into the room, stretch and yawn. And I'm like, but you've been asleep all day. Like, you've literally been asleep like the entire day sometimes. And you're still sleepy. I'm like, man, such a lazy little goblin. He's my lazy little goblin. He'll get up. He's got up to go eat something. He's going to eat some of his dry food. And he'll come back and curl up and go back to sleep again. But he is a cat. That's what he's supposed to do, right? So, that is expected behavior for the felines of the house.
Now displaying your current porter grid.
Extra battery level 4. Same as the level 3, but it takes up less. So yeah, I mean, I might see. I don't know if we can rearrange what we've got to fit that on there at some point. But yeah, we're fine for the moment. It's all fine. Cool. When did Miku come to Death Stranding? Miku? I think it's Pico. Usada Piku Usada or Usada Piku? I don't know. But Hatsune Miku. Even I know who Hatsune Miku is. Christ, you can't escape them. But yeah, they do say. I mean, I'm sure that's not an accident. Obviously, Hatsune Miku is. I mean, I didn't really. I saw the little animation of them like carrying like a spring onion or something, and it gets taken by somebody and they get given a coin that's worth more than what they paid for the for whatever. But yeah, but then all of a sudden I saw like gifs of them everywhere, and I was like, okay. And then yeah, I saw like a video of like a fucking arena full of people, and everybody was losing their shit in the crowd. And it was just a VTuber like animation of them like singing and dancing. And I was like, fair enough, people love it. Right, chat, we have an outbreak coming up, so before I figure out how to go down that way, I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raft and some tips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack, you won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well, and we also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen, so if you want to follow without any alerts going off, please feel free. Once we're over there, the bot will say so. You can lurk and follow in secret if you want. That's also perfectly valid. We don't call them out on the BRB screen. Yes, we still appreciate them, of course. Little tiger, he must save energy to catch the antelope or drive for you. He's saving his energy. He's such a slim little. He's such a slender little boy because he's an Oriental short. He's very slender, so he knows not to eat too much. He's very good at regulating how much. But he fucking loves his dry food. Every day he finishes his wet food and he's like just howling until I put dry food down for him. Bless him. But yes, I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen. I'll be back shortly. Excuse me. That was a bit close.
Is bristling with not exactly a place I'd stroll into. I see. Here to challenge Godric and lay your hands upon a great rune. You can see it then. Well, enjoy it. I'm tarnished, but unlike...
Mate, the birds. The birds need to fuck off, dudes. Oh, he's got Ciri's sword.
Is it done?
Yes.
It's her.
Did he believe you?
I have no idea.
Now put your hands up and fight!
I don't even want your loot. You can keep it. Fucking scum. Where it's based. Look how furious he is. Brother is furious. Brother is fucking furious. He's fuming, mate. Oh, he's got quite a range on him though, so I need to be careful. Oh, fucking hell. That's it, fall off. Easy money. Easy money. We'll take it. We'll take it. Right. $960 on the counter. Another 960 on the counter. Fucking did it! Orphan of Kos. Done.
I think there's a way forward, even without an answer, even without absolutes.
Oh, you sneaky bastard. You sneaky bastard.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Yeah, this is what we want for exploring. This is the way to explore, chat. I need some more battery, but oh shit. Okay, maybe this isn't how we explore. But yes, I do hope that... Are you done? Oh. Are you done? Hello everybody, welcome back. Sycophantics, thank you so much for the raid, welcome in. That's so kind of you. How was stream? What were you playing today? Sarah, hello, welcome in. Sycophantics, hello, welcome in. Kate, hello, welcome in. It's lovely to see you. I hope you're feeling better, Kate. I know you tried really hard today. I hope you feel better soon. I know it fucking sucks being all fucking congested and fucked. I have been congested and fucked for 2 years now. This long COVID stuff is so bad. Yes, welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? I hope you had a lovely time over at Sycophantics. Yeah, we can go down this way. It's fun. All well, thank you. We were trying the Abandoned Planet. Abandoned Planet? Is the game called Abandoned Planet, or is it is it called Outer Wilds? But yeah, is there a game called Abandoned Planet? Sounds spooky. Because yeah, there's that whole kind of like demographic of like space games where the lack of like anything, it's just this oppressively isolated environment, and I really enjoy the peacefulness of it, but it's quite scary for some people. The title, it's a point-and-click sci-fi adventure. Ooh, I love to hear about like old school game genres, like point-and-clicks making a bit of a comeback. I love a resurgence. Some good puzzles. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah. I think there's one called Beta Decay, because after Dead Space remake, they said they were going to do some more, but I think they've cancelled it. But there's a swathe of Dead Space, stand-ins that are in the works. One of them's called Negative Pressure. One of them's called Beta Decay. I look forward to, because I never got a chance to play the original Dead Space, but I heard so many good things about it. So I played the remake, and I was like, damn, this is really fucking good. It was a really good remake as well. Okay. Yeah. Looking forward to playing the second one and the third one, because I think they're on Game Pass. But yes, is it okay if we do a shout out for you with the clip, or do you prefer a non-clip shout out? I don't mind either way, whichever one you prefer. It's totally up to you. Whichever one you prefer. Or no shout out, that's also an option if you want. Clip is fine, roll the dice. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Non-raiders, please feel free to swing by and say hello to our lovely friend Sycophantics, who just raided. This, yeah. Oh, a zip line. We love a zip line. If you get close enough, they catch you. What was that though? That looks very old-fashioned. It's a little bit more ancient Greek rather than sci-fi. Don't you remember? You don't have to look it up. I'm just, if you don't remember, that's fine. It's fine. But yes, there is a VR game that's set in like medieval times, and you have like various different swords and axes and stuff, and there's some weird like meta where like after decapitating somebody with like a lightsaber, you can like jump into the air and slam dunk their brain. It's all in VR, but yeah, it's this weird meta where like this guy's like doing a figure of 8 with this guy's head between his legs, and then like slam dunks it. Forgotten City, very forgotten. Yeah, Forgotten City. Yeah. That sounds like the name tracks. Sam, please, you don't need to do the fucking commando roll. You're fine. Just pick up the fucking crystals. No need for dramatics. That one was a time loop mystery set in underground Roman city. I may have heard of that. I may have heard or seen a trailer of that, because I played through The Witness, and then after The Witness there was one that was similar, but it was set in like ancient Rome or ancient Greece, I think. And it was line of sight, laser kind of pointer puzzles. And yeah, it was kind of like, it was a really complex puzzle game, but it was set like a long time ago. The Looker, no, I haven't played The Looker. I don't think I've heard of The Looker. But yeah, I do love a nice empty puzzle game where it's you in a big environment with a bunch of variables to muck around with until you solve a puzzle. I find them really cathartic, and it's one of the reasons why I absolutely adored Death Stranding 1. It was kind of like a AAA version of that, just a big empty space, not much to get in the way. There isn't some assistant constantly pestering you about every single thing. There isn't NPCs jumping out of the woodwork to interact with you so you don't get bored. The game just leaves you be, and I've always really appreciated that in games. Come on, truck, you can do it. Stop being a diva. Come on, there we go. There we go, truck. I wonder if the topology of this, because yeah, it gives you a map. It gives you a map, a topographical map at that. And this is actually, in a true desert, this is fundamentally impossible, because the terrain is just basically a reflection of which way the wind was blowing for the last 5 or 6 days. Because it completely changes the sort of, the layout of the desert. So there's no real landmarks or anything. Parody of The Witness, it's good fun. Is it a parody game? Okay, I might have to look that up, because yeah, The Witness was really nice. It had a nice sort of minimalistic kind of approach to puzzles, much like Viewfinder as well, which is one of my favourite games of all time. But yeah, I do love a good puzzle game that just, it just lets you marinate in the atmosphere. But yeah, I must admit, this game is fucking beautiful. It's a beautiful game. Yeah, I didn't realize there was a parody of The Witness, But I knew it's a good game. I didn't expect there to be a parody of it. I suppose these days with Unity and Unreal Engine 5, and when I say that, what I mean is, Unreal Engine 5, nobody's really using Unity that much anymore, because apparently they're a terrible company. But yeah, it's such an exciting time for indies, and there's so many like stupid proof of concept, like short. I don't say stupid. I mean, yeah, they're sort of they're kind of like nonsensical, just ridiculous little miniature sort of games that people have fired out. And there's something really charming about games that just do what they need to do and then bow out gracefully. They don't overstay their welcome. And yeah, there's so many short little indie games that I've loved. And yeah, money's worth. If you were to pay 50 quid for them, you'd feel, shortchanged, because yeah, there's not enough gameplay there. But they take an interesting mechanic, they do a bunch of interesting stuff with it, and then then you move on to the next thing.
That's crazy, man. There's no need to risk your life. Let's see if you've been doing all right with the orders.
Because yeah, this guy is clearly Korean. Clearly Korean. but has a really strong Australian accent. Kind of jarring. Oh, fireworks shot from the DHV Magellan's auxiliary cannon. They will explode above the target location at night time. Sight of fireworks will momentarily transfix anyone able to see them. Noise of the fireworks can also make it harder for enemies to detect Sam's presence. Okay. Okay, now I do want it to be nighttime.
I boosted your materials allocation, dude.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
Popping off for some rest, but have a great rest of. Yes, of course. Thank you for stopping by. If you need to raid and run, do your post-stream routine, please feel free. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone that stayed in with the raid as well. That's very kind of you.
Now, I don't
But yes,
know
please
why,
rest well. Hopefully see you again soon.
but when you set off fireworks, lots of folks will just stand around and stare like they're in a daze. Ah, and these fireworks are kind of big too. Really couldn't.
Mate, one of the most savage tweets I saw was the day after the fireworks in the UK. In November, the day afterwards, so everyone was sharing this tweet that said, it said, "Hey, dude, look at all these cool pictures of these fireworks and these videos of these fireworks I've got on my phone." Said no one ever. I was like, it's so true. I've got folders and folders and folders of firework pictures. I've never shown them to a soul, and I've never asked or been shown anyone else's pictures of the fire. No one's like, "Oh, look at these firework pictures." Nobody says that, right? But we all still take pictures. But yeah, and I think part of it is the fact that my phone is now capable of taking pictures, whereas before, like, my phone had no chance. It just couldn't do it. But yeah, like, one thing I've noticed about iPhones is they get a lot of hate, but when it comes to recording at a gig, which I don't necessarily agree with, I think there's, people need to fucking rein it in. People are recording the entire fucking 2-hour set, holding a phone up in front of everybody that's behind them for the entire set. And I'm like, mate, this bitch's arms have got to get tired soon. Like, this woman's arms have got to get tired soon. But no, they're there with the fucking iPhone Pro Max, the one that's basically a tablet, and they're holding it not like this, so their hands take up even more space. So you just can't see the gig. And I remember I was at a gig once, and somebody kept doing this and putting it down, and somebody just reached over and fucking yeeted it. I was like, fuck's sake. But yeah, whenever I've recorded my friend's band, because they don't get any coverage, so they need some footage of them playing live. So, I've recorded with my phone and thought, the microphone and everything. But the sound from gigs when I record with my iPhone, it's really fucking good considering how fucking loud some of the bands my friends are in. Some of them are in like doom and noise bands, which is just all of the most unsettling frequencies all the time for like prolonged periods of time. But I'll film them and it will sound really fucking true to the original, which is obviously still quite, jarring and everything. But yeah.
There we go.
I have to finish first yesterday. Next big thing, Broken Sword 1 to 4. Oh, the Broken Sword games and the Monkey Island games as well. Even though that puzzle with that fucking goat, man. People don't realise back in the day when there was hardly any like tutorials out there, like even in magazines, because they weren't going to put a tutorial in a magazine. But the internet was still in its infancy, so there were no tutorials, right? So in a Monkey Island game or Sam and Max or whatever, if there was an obscure puzzle, some of us kids were stuck on it for like a year until we accidentally found the solution, and then you suddenly got to a new area, like, oh my god, there's a new area to explore. But yeah, I really enjoyed point and click games. They were a bit of a jam because they were so easy. You just sit there and just click on things, like they're really sort of low effort physically, but story wise, narratively, they were fucking brilliant. Building stuff out in the middle of the fucking desert. Welcome back, Veldar. Good to see you, dude. 1 to 5. Got the wheels for Monkey Island. That's when you the original game. Yeah, man. Like Sam and Max and Monkey Island, they were fucking like really fucking good. Because it was like all of the interesting graphical cartoon work that you'd seen in like all the cartoons that you loved. But yeah, it was interactive, and yeah, like I remember watching like a bunch of Ren and Stimpy, and then you know Sam and Max was kind of like Ren and Stimpy but a point and click adventure, and obviously there was like Myst and a few others that were a bit more serious. But when you're a kid who wants to play a serious video game, The Runaway series have lovely music on. The Runaway series, okay. I don't think I played those ones. Because there was an isometric top-down point-and-click transition for me. I was playing point-and-click games, and then I wanted to play Command and Conquer because I saw my friend playing it. And then Red Alert came out, and it was just, yeah, you could play. I mean, I think you could even play online. But yeah, played the fuck out of Red Alert, and then yeah, ended up playing like Sim City and Sim Hospital, and then I got Roller Coaster Tycoon, and oh my god, I sunk so much of my childhood into Roller Coaster Tycoon, because the level of freedom you got with building the roller coasters and stuff, and the system of changing the terrain and everything, and it just did everything that you'd ever want from a theme park simulator at the time. Because theme park was good, theme park was great, but yeah, it was obviously a little bit limited in scope. You had to put down pre-made stuff most of the time, and you didn't have quite as much control. But then yeah, Roller Coaster Tycoon came along, and it was written in fucking assembly, like rather than like have like a coding language which you can understand as a human being. Rather than having a coding language that makes sense to humans, to stop the translation layer of taking that and turning it into assembly to get the computer to run it, the fucking Giga Chad who wrote the code for Roller Coaster Tycoon, it's like one person. They wrote the whole fucking thing in assembly, like from scratch. They wrote in assembly. Such a fucking Giga Chad. It means nothing to people that don't do coding, but yeah, such a fucking Giga Chad move to write it in like the most awkward language just for the sake of optimization. It's like a stark contrast to today, where like the majority of video game optimization involves buying a £2,000 GPU and a fucking £600 CPU and fucking 150 quid's worth of DDR5 RAM, and then still not being able to run full res and full detail. But yeah, which game actually did a really good job? Yeah, so I was talking to Jode about this last stream, Nilo about this last stream. Cyberpunk on the Switch, I thought it was going to be fucking terrible. It's actually fucking... They've actually done an incredibly good job. It's fucking crazy. But Digital Foundry, like, they know what they're doing. They did a review on it. And they found that it was doing 30-ish FPS, but at like 9 watts. Like at 8 to 9 watts power draw, right? Because it's a battery handheld device. The Steam Deck, by comparison, because that's probably the best adjacency to it, was using 24 to 28 watts to run it at worst performance in places. And I was like, what the fuck, man? So realistically, CDPR and NVIDIA, because it uses some pretty clever DLSS. But yeah, they've managed to optimize Cyberpunk to run on a fucking Switch 2. And I thought it would be a complete farce. I thought it was just a marketing exercise where it would play, but it would be terrible. But no, it actually runs. It is borderline playable. It's still 30 FPS, and you haven't got a mouse and keyboard to control the gun with, which But yeah, I have to eat my words. They did manage to get it to run, and actually to a reasonable level considering the hardware. But I mean, I won't buy it because I'm not. If I'm buying Cyberpunk again, it's going to be for the PC. Yeah. Play Loom. Sure you don't mean Doom? Because L and D are quite far away on the keyboard, so I'm not sure if that was a miss key. But yeah, people should play Doom. Loom, okay. I don't remember Loom. I'll tell you what people need to play. Commander Keen and fucking Jazz the Jackrabbit.
Okay.
Today's optimization is, well, if you don't have a NASA supercomputer in your household, you should have thought of that before you were born. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's such a shame because there's been this overall shift when it comes to like product quality, because up until, you know, Google basically convinced everybody that data is now, because it kind of is, data is now the new oil because of what Google was able to achieve just by scraping data. Data is the new oil. So these days, software and products in general, they're not really interested in being the best product anymore. You know, the build quality, the product quality, the design, they're not really interested in being the best product anymore. They're interested in being able to scrape data from you. So you've got a swathe of low quality products to choose from, but every single one of them is cheap, but they want you to sign up to a fucking account, you know. And speaking of Cyberpunk, there's nothing that makes me want to fucking set fire to a giant corporate tower full of fucking rich people than stuff like being logged out of your toothbrush. And like, you know, needing a fucking app, a companion app for your fucking toothbrush. Because the thing is, right, you can build in these functionalities, right? You can build this functionality stuff into devices, that's fine. CP, welcome in. You can build these functions into a device, but you shouldn't make them mandatory. And you shouldn't make it so that changing basic settings has to be done through the app, which you have to have an account to get. Because when you buy a new device and you can't change the speed or the grind consistency or the texture or whatever, when you can't make a basic adjustment to how the device works without going through the app, and to go through the app you have to have an account, it's just a rocket launcher. Just getting so many weapons, chat. Reminded me of Cyberpunk launch day, killing every high-end card when running on a 1060. Well, yeah, it was. I mean, the mods that have been released, obviously they've patched the studio, you know, CDPR. They patched the fuck out of that game to get it into an incredibly good state, and it's now overwhelmingly positive on Steam. And it was one of the biggest turnarounds in gaming history. So many games have flopped and just been cut loose. You know, they're just cut off, and sometimes the community fixes it and gets it to an okay state. But now CDPR, they locked in and they fucking patched the fuck out of that game, and it's basically faultless now. But when you look at like some of the mods that exist for that game, like the path tracing mod, it's absurd, like absolutely absurd. The path tracing damage, for fuck's no. Oh my god. I can't get a computer to do anything that I want anymore. But yeah, the examples of path tracing, it's absurd. This basic ass report. It's one line on a graph. Like, you don't need a graph for that, sweetie. Like, it's one line. You know, it's difference. Just explain the difference in an email and save everyone the time. Anyway, corporate brain. But yeah, you guys won't be able to see the full. But yeah, I mean, that's a fucking 5090, so that's a $2,500 card. But yeah, at night time, my brother, are you driving around during the day the entire time? I swear to God, are you not driving around at night? Okay, no, that's still daytime. Mate, when people do like a cyberpunk, like, look how good my graphics card is, but they don't drive around at night, and it's like, dude, have you not driven around Night City at night? It's literally one of the most beautiful environments in a video game. But yeah, it's fucking bonkers when you freeze frame it and you look at how much detail there is in that world. It's literally one of the most visually attractive. Yeah, 5090 on 99%. Yeah, that's absurd. It's absurd. How much RAM is it using? It's using 17.13 or 12 gigabytes. So it's using almost 18 gigabytes of VRAM, and it's currently clocked at 2.7 gig, which is fucking bonkers. Because a good CPU is 2.7 gig. So for your GPU to be clocking that as well, and to be doing, you know, 100-ish frames. Oh, it's down to 80 frames just because of the sheer amount of detail. But still, over 60 in that game with all these mods on, bonkers. But yeah, the images that show. Oh, fuck off. Oh yeah. Anyway, it would be nice to show you guys, but no, the internet is cursed as fuck. But yeah, it's fucking absolutely bonkers. Up next is a subscription model for your electric toothbrush. Well, yeah, because somebody tweeted, you know, there was somebody, it was some tech bro was talking about, you know, how excited they are for the future advancements of technology, and somebody's reply, they ratioed him. This is why the thing became a screenshot of a tweet. This person just responded like, I've just been logged out of my toothbrush and now I can't brush my teeth, and everyone liked the fuck out of that comment, but not the post. They got ratioed as fuck. But yeah, it's like when you realize that basically everybody that works in like the tech industry, they have like the most basic stuff. They have smart nothing. Everything they own is really, really primitive. That really concerns me. Like the people that should know the most about it, like just don't get involved with it. So I'm kind of like, yeah, I think long and hard about whether I get a device that's, you know, smart, and I'm like, I'll fuck Amazon around like mad. I'll fucking have something like in my car and compare it to absolutely every single alternative before I purchase it, because you have that power now. You know, you have that purchasing kind of, you have that purchase decision kind of research phase, and it is analysis paralysis sometimes. You know, at the end of it, sometimes you just say, okay, well, I've done as much reading as I'm ever going to do. I'm just going to fucking buy this one, you know? So this lost cargo, I was to entrust it to someone else. That'd give me some, yeah, so I might do that. I just fucking get rid of it. But yeah, Cyberpunk, a game that came out several years ago, getting a GPU at 5090 to 99% and only doing 80 frames a second. Bonkers. But the thing is, it's, you want your game to look okay, like by modern standards, but you want it to have a, well, I mean, some games you want to have a really high skills, a really high ceiling for graphics, because yeah, as time goes by, people's hardware improves, and it's one of those things where, like, when you go back to like an old game and you boot it up, and suddenly, you know, it's almost like slaying the beast. You turn everything to ultra, and you play it, and you're like, oh yes, 197 frames per second on ultra settings. Yes, the game is 27 years old, but shut the fuck up. But yeah, it's nice to go back and replay. And the thing is, I've been doing it with RPCS3. So recently, a bunch of architecture kind of problems with the PS3 emulation scene. A bunch of, like, you know, architecture stuff have been discovered, and therefore it can be programmed for. So RPCS3 suddenly became really, really performant compared to how bad it was. So I was like, oh my god, there's so many PS3 games that I'd love to go back and play, but 1080-60, because PlayStation 3 was just on the cusp of the HDMI high definition display kind of, you know, takeover. And believe it or not, there was kind of an interim. There was kind of a buffer period, right? An interim where 720p was the only HD you could get. So TVs and monitors were being sold at 720, but then they were immediately replaced with 1080. So yeah, the 720p days. But the PlayStation happened to exist like right in the middle of that transition. So the PlayStation had an HDMI port, and it was desperately trying to be HD, part of the high definition like wave. So loads of games were shipped at 720p, running at like 25 FPS, because they were so desperate to make them, you know, HD, because modern TVs had, you know, improved, and LED TVs and, you know, plasma TVs were 720p. So, but in the process, like I say, not only did a bunch of people not really know how to use the cell broadband engine sort of, you know, supercomputer style chip that they put in that thing, but also they were all trying to hit 720 rather than, you know, just aiming for 640. And unfortunately, that meant you had a bunch of games that were poorly optimized on a platform people didn't understand at 720p. So 20-ish FPS, 25-ish FPS, which really fucking held it back. However, towards the end of the PlayStation 3's life cycle, you can see that PlayStation 3 was it was always so much more powerful than the Xbox of that generation. It's not even a competition. It's fucking insane. When you look at something like The Last of Us Part 1 and you go back and you play it on a PlayStation, you're like, this is ridiculous. Like, for something that looks this good to be running on a PlayStation 3, but it took them the whole life, it took them the whole, almost the entire life cycle of the console to learn how to make games for it. And only a few studios bothered. And then obviously after they learned it, it got replaced, right? So a bit of a shame. But yeah, ultimately, it was kind of heartbreaking, because I remember the PlayStation 2. Everybody was like, "Oh, we want more graphics. We want, you know." And Sony really did. They doubled down. They did the PlayStation 3 on paper. If people had been more up for learning how to build games for it, the PlayStation 3 was absurdly powerful for a home games console. It was absurdly powerful, to the point where there was a stage where you could download an app from the PlayStation Store called Folding at Home, and you could donate your PlayStation to be part of a global supercluster of like networked broadband cell engine processors, crunching protein folding calculations to help with medical research. And yeah, I signed up to it, and I just left my PlayStation crunching. You know, it got yellow light of death, which is obviously, yeah, a bit of a pain in the ass, because, you know, I wasn't playing games with it most of the time. I was at work while it was at home using my parents' electricity to do fucking complicated protein folding mathematics. It was just humming away in my bedroom using the fucking electric. But still, but yeah, when I moved out and I had to pay for the electric bill, I didn't do that anymore. But yeah, it was crazy that it was doing, like, you know, localized sort of, you know, wide area network. Well, not really localized, but doing wide area network, supercluster, like supercomputer work. Fucking bonkers. That thing was in a games console. Oh, shut up. It was a games console designed for playing video games, and if people had used it properly, the games would have been fucking insane. But yeah, Sony just couldn't get buy-in on it, which is a shame, because a lot of people were like, "Oh yeah, the performance on the Xbox is better," and then they did tests and they found out that actually PlayStation 3 was performing better than the Xbox, right? But because the fucking multi-core processor was like complicated to use, a bunch of games, some of which were performing better on PlayStation, they were only using one of the CPU cores. They were only using the main core. They weren't using any of the subsidiary sort of separate cores. They weren't using any of the backup cores, which were all specifically designed to do one thing really well. So Sony was kind of like ahead of the curve with multi-threaded workflows in games consoles, or just in general. But nobody wanted to adopt it. And then, you know, now here we are. Everybody's got like a fucking 25-thread CPU that's got efficiency cores and performance cores, and the cores themselves have certain architecture that's you know, good at doing certain tasks and certain kinds of maths. And it's like, well, yeah, this is what Sony tried to do with the PlayStation 3, but everyone shat on it. It just goes to show you that sometimes you have the right idea, but at the wrong time. But yeah, if you look at the end of life cycle games for the PlayStation 3, for some, you look at some of the games that came out towards the end of the PlayStation 3's life cycle, like, they put release day PlayStation 4 games to shame. Like, they were like better than the release day PlayStation 4 games, because again, they, you know, jag you a CPU rather than, you know, all the time they'd spent learning how to make games for the fucking cell broadband engine. But yeah, bless them, Sony genuinely tried to do a solid, and they tried to put supercomputer architecture into a fucking home games console. Just such a fucking based idea. Like, PlayStation 1, very popular, yes. PlayStation 2, very popular, yes. Right, PlayStation 3 should, you know, be very special, yes. Here's a check. Just let us know when you're finished. And they fucking, because I don't know what, I think it was Philips they co-developed it with. I don't know what Philips ended up doing with it. Yeah, we'll be okay. Do a lot of research. Yeah, that's it. You know, like you can, and like I say, it is analysis paralysis. It's so easy to spend like an entire afternoon learning absolutely every single facet of a product, but it does help, you know, because there's a certain amount of trade, and there's people that, you know, there are people that make a product that they know is a piece of garbage, right? But they know that on the surface, people will buy it, get it home, feel embarrassed that it doesn't really match up to their expectations, and then say nothing about it. And because of that, those people profit, you know? So you've got to kind of call this garbage out, which is why the review system on, you know, everything being reviewed on Amazon does make life a lot easier. I mean, I know that buying things from Amazon is morally a little bit complicated because they need to treat their staff better, but yeah, at the same time, you know, if you need something, and if it's like cheaper in a local shop, of course, but it's not. It's usually, you know, 20 to 30% more expensive. And if I was only buying a little, you know, one or two things every, you know, 5 or 6 months, it'd be fun. But, you know, having your own flat and all the stuff you need for it, yeah, it's just, unfortunately, you just end up buying stuff just for the flat. I end up spending so much money on where I live rather than how I live. But it's just how it is. Fast AMD is more attractive than Intel. Wish my GPU would not need so much power today from some frames more. Yeah, optimization and power draw is getting a bit silly. I mean, I don't know what the power draw was on that 5090 at 90%, but isn't it like 800 watts or something stupid, which is fucking crazy because a 1,000 watt power supply used to do the whole system. But yeah, I mean, if you're going to have to get a fucking 1600 watt PSU just because your GPU is going to eat half of it, and people are saying, you know what, you're just going to have to plug the GPU into its own power supply. But if you have two unsynchronized power deliveries, it can wreak havoc on clock timings. If you plug a computer in with one power supply that oscillates at 50 to 60 hertz, that oscillation can be used to key the timing for almost everything else. So you can just multiply it or divide it to get the clock speed of various different devices. And obviously, one thing I've noticed is, for instance, if you plug your, let's say you've got a capture device, like a module type thing. If you plug that into its own power supply, but then you plug the USB port into your PC, the voltage is not being synchronized. So the plug over there where the game, because this is a problem I have, the console over there, it would just not recognize the capture device, and the PC would not capture, and then the PC would freeze, the capture would freeze. And I looked into like the USB over video protocol type thing, and yeah, there's obviously a lot of stuff that's happening very quickly because it's kind of passing the video through, but also duplicating it and converting it to a USB compatible, you know, format to then pass on to the computer. But if that little device is powered externally, it's therefore, you know, based on the refresh rate of the electricity, you know, the megahertz of the electricity, or the frequency of the electricity that's powering it, which is going to be the main socket over there, even though it's on the same main circuit. My computer was obviously slightly out of sync with that, and that's what was causing it to... so what I did was I have to power it through the USB port, rather than having a separate power supply that goes into the USB port and then a data USB port. I have to power it off of USB from the computer, otherwise it doesn't like it. But it's crazy, that tiny little inconsistency in synchronization can completely stop a device working. So it is kind of important. So you wouldn't even be able to plug in a GPU separately. You'd have to have it powered by the same circuit so it could all stay synchronized, because a computer updates itself even quicker, right? If you've got your CPU and your GPU and your RAM all talking to each other at however many megahertz or gigahertz or whatever it is, yeah, you know, I mean, memory clock speed is, you know, hundreds of hertz. So yeah, you're gonna just have to get a fucking bigger power supply. But what pissed me off the most is the fact that they didn't even, you know, nobody wants to redesign the power port, and we've clearly reached the limit of what that power port is capable of doing, right? we can't continue to keep releasing new hardware that has the same 12-volt high power, because it just can't handle the watts. You know, it's 12 volts, but it just can't handle the overall watts. And it's, you know, it's really, really unfair that people's fucking GPUs are melting and potentially catching on fire just because of the sheer amount of fucking energy they need. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to get a 90-degree cable that was made by Cable Mod, so you can specify your power supply and also your GPU and everything else and get a custom-made cable that's, like, you know, basically as secure as it gets. And I've been using it for years now, or for a couple of years, not 5 or 6 years or anything silly, but I've been using it for a couple of years now, and I've checked it multiple times over the years, and it's not showing any signs of any sort of, you know, deforming or anything else. Have we not been given any orders? Because we've got these orders back here. So we've got an order for this person from the data scientist and this person. Okay. So we need to turn around and go back up this road instead. Because after the ghost hunter, we should have gone to the data scientist. Shit, okay. That makes sense. But yeah, we've clearly reached a limit with how much power can be sent through that fucking socket. And the other stupid thing is, right, the 30 series, I think the 30 series, they put 2 plugs, right? So they split the 600 watts or whatever it was between 2 plugs. But they went over to 1 plug for the 40 series, and it clearly wasn't a good idea. But they haven't gone back to doing 2 plugs for the 50 series as far as I'm not too sure if they have or not. But I think the 50 series is still just 1 plug. But I think it is now at an angle. It doesn't come straight out of the GPU. It comes out at an angle, which makes it easier to mount because the GPUs are so fucking big these days. But yeah, it's kind of crazy how, like, NVIDIA, out of all the various different components of a computer, NVIDIA has just driven GPU architecture and technology so much further. And obviously I had a big gap where I didn't have a PC for a while, and everyone was like, you need to stop thinking of a GPU as just a component. A GPU is basically like its own little computer inside your computer. The physics of video games is done by the GPU, and I was like, okay. Like, all of the graphics, obviously the visuals, the shaders, a bunch of audio processing, is that so much is processed by dedicated chips on the GPU. And I was like, so what the fuck have Intel and AMD been doing? They're like, not very much. And I was like, oh, okay. First company will bring 250 watt GPU with the same frames will be the winner. My last I bought a 2070 Super GTX. Well, yeah, and this is the thing, is I bought my 4080. You know, I'm very fortunate to, you know, have a job and, you know, be able to afford a 4080. Yeah, like within, you know, 7-8 months they were talking about the 50 series, and I was like, and they released and they said that, you know, the 5070 or whatever it was, or 50 whatever, was like £560, but it was performant as a 4090, and I was like, well, now I feel really fucking stupid. But then they released the cards, and it turns out that basically all of the improvements are just AI driven, you know, technology. They haven't really improved the clock speeds or the raw power. They're just leveraging a lot of AI, and that's when it became apparent to me that because NVIDIA is making so much money from AI, because NVIDIA is making so much money from AI, that's all they're funding at the moment. And because of that, it means their GPUs are not really being, you know, the R&D is not really being done to make them more, you know, performant, you know, more powerful or whatever. They're just kind of using AI to generate more frames, and they're not really generating any more real frames. And they're talking about multi-frame generation, which is now you generate 1 real frame, and then it estimates movement for the next 3 frames, and then it generates a real one. But tests have been done now, and it's doing less natural frames. It's doing less actual frames than if you have it turned off. So it's not like frame generation takes your 60 FPS and makes it 100, or takes your 100 and makes it 120. It takes your 60 FPS and it drops it to 40, so it can then generate more AI frames with the extra resource. So you get worse input lag. because there's less actual frames. You know, the AI frames, they can't take into account inputs or physics or whatever. They're just estimations. So the game's physics engine and the inputs that it's taking in, all that sort of stuff is just, you know, sitting there waiting. The AI frame is just a visual copy of the frame it just rendered with a few adjustments to represent the movement it thinks you're going to make. And I'm like, that's not good at all. Fuck that, man. I don't even, if I had that, I'd turn it off, you know? What the fuck is that? Oh, I have got something for the fucking mechanic, haven't I? But orders wise, oh, there we go. So I have got something for the data scientist. Oh, and the chronobiologist. Okay, so I've got to go all the way back up there. Right. So we're near the data scientist at the moment, aren't we? So yeah. It's where these people keep saying how great fake frames are, all the tech bro, never play FP. Yeah, it's just like, I don't want like an estimate or a guess, you know? Like, I want a GPU, and like, if I have to spend X amount of pounds to get 60 FPS at 1440p or 1080p or whatever, I have to spend a certain amount of pounds to get, you know, 60 FPS at 4K. That's fine, you know? And then from there, if you want to add on, you know, on top of base performance, right? But yeah, like the Steam overlay that just came out, Steam have released a new overlay, and the Steam being the goated company that they are, they show you how many frames are being rendered in either real rendered frames or AI generated frames, and it gives you a percentage of how many real frames are, because for Steam, in terms of like competitive gaming, like I say, if you've got a 60 FPS game but you want to make it 100 because you've got a 100 hertz monitor, cool. But when you turn on frame generation, it's actually rendering less frames because it wants to render more AI frames. And it's like, that's less accurate. And it's more input lag. So yeah, it's fucking bonkers. I didn't realize it was that bad. But I remember saying, somebody was like, yeah, DLSS and frame generation, you can't tell. Like, you can't tell the difference. It's just more frames, but it doesn't use anything on the GPU. And I was like, I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. You know, these kids are a bit younger than me. Like, I'm sorry, hardware doesn't work that way. You can't just get more frames for nothing, you know. The GPU is going to have to be doing it. Like, no, but they're using AI. They're not rendering an entire frame. They're just using AI to upscale it. And I was like, surely there's going to be artifacting and all sorts of other stuff. Like, no, you can't tell. You really can't tell. And everyone was adamant it was legit. And I was like, and then I tried it on a few games. I was like, nah, it feels way different, dudes. Boondog, welcome in. Pika Pika. I tried it on a few games and it was crazy. Like, I'd be getting 60 FPS and the game felt smooth. I'd turn on frame generation and it would look smoother. Then I would turn frame generation off and it would go back to 63, 64 FPS. But it felt rough. And I was like, I don't know, that's not right. Because I remember there was frame generation on the PC version of Ghost of Tsushima. There was frame generation, and I was like, okay, well, I'll test it out. I'll see what happens. And yeah, I tried it, and yeah, it was super smooth. But yeah, it was obviously going to, you know, give me a bunch of input lag, and it wasn't like bad before. So I thought, yeah, it's generating like 112 frames a second now rather than like 80. But, you know, because I've only got a 40 series, I haven't got the multi-frame generation, you know, whatever. But yeah, I turned it off and I was like, I swear the game feels rough on purpose. Like, it should, 60 FPS, this should feel really smooth. But it wouldn't. And I think I did actually manage to get it to run at 120 FPS. And I put my monitor, my TV down to 1080p so I can use the 120 hertz mode with VRR. And yeah, 120 FPS didn't feel as smooth as frame generation at 60 FPS going up to 112. It felt smoother with frame generation. I was like, I'm sorry, there's something going on there. That's not legit. And I remember saying it felt smoother at 100 FPS than it did at 120. And it didn't feel smooth at 60 FPS. And they were like, honestly, dude, it's just your eyes. You know, frame generation is the future, blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, okay, whatever. You know, and I don't turn it on. Yeah, I don't believe it, but I'm not going to argue over it. But then, yeah, now this Steam overlays came out, and it exposes how bad it actually is. It's like, my dudes, like, if you're fucking only seeing one real frame every, you know, it's 40 FPS. If you're only seeing one real frame every 42 milliseconds, that's fucking atrocious. Like, absolutely atrocious. The input lag must be absolutely diabolical. And yeah, Digital Foundry, they used Final Fantasy 15, I think, or maybe one of the more recent ones. And the character has like chainmail armor, right? And they're running in a video, in like a video clip, right? They're running, and they freeze frame it, and you can see the chainmail texture is totally fucked. And yes, you can't see that unless you pause and freeze frame. But if that's happening all over the place, it's generally going to make the image worse, you know, because using like voxels and stuff and nanite to infinitely scale the LOD with geometric detail and stuff, because it's so far away, and the pixel array of your screen means that if it's that far away, it only looks like 2 or 3 blocks of pixels anyway. So you may as well render it as 2 or 3 blocks as pixels to save resource. That makes perfect sense. So I'm not against like nanite or anything, but yeah, this generated frame stuff was clearly a fucking scam. So why have we got an order for you in my orders section? I haven't got it. What? I was just at the fucking... I was just there. I'm sorry, game, but I was literally just there. That was a minute ago. I was literally just at the data scientist. And they've got no orders. I'm not sure what's going on there. So yeah, what have I got here? He wants me to go over there and do that, but yeah. Sorry, chat, I'm just trying to get organised because yeah, I seem to have a bunch of orders that don't really mean anything. I don't like cancelling orders, but I also don't like delivering stuff to people that have already 5-starred when I'm conscious of trying to move the game forward. So, let me check. We've got that for the mechanic. East Fort Knot. Yeah, because the thing is, you end up with a bunch of stuff. Right, so we've got to go to the mechanic. We've got to go to the architect. Simple as that. Where are the data centers? So we're not too far away. But yeah, it's weird. This cargo arm, it picks up a bunch of cargo, and then you kind of end up with these orders that are just kind of like, I think I've entrusted the cargo to someone else, but I've still got the order in my dashboard type thing. So yeah, I get confused and have to cancel them. Well, I've had to cancel those ones. Yes, we're going this way to the architect. But also, we could do with powering our vehicle somewhere. But yeah, we've got to go up there to deliver to them, haven't we? So yeah, we'll see if there might be a way we can climb. There might be a way we can climb from there. Anyway. Can't unsee it after people point out how flat the area of Pecора's base. Because the amount of traffic. The amount, yeah. There's lots and lots of people going to visit them. But yeah, it's crazy. Like, you know, Eastern culture versus Western culture. I have no idea who Pico. I mean, I know who Hatsune Miku is because they've infiltrated all sorts of Western kind of culture. But yeah, didn't realize there was a rabbit one that's like loves carrots and stuff. But you know, but yeah, it's crazy, dude. Like the future, if that continues, the future won't be like, you know, which talented young, you know, singer has this record label decided to make into a pop star. It'll be, you know, let's just make, you know, dozens and dozens and dozens of like little AI avatars, and then when one gets popular, we just use that one. And it kind of like mass produces, like, you know, it's even more mass produced than like, you know, the way things are now, where like everyone's trying to act and behave and perform a certain way because they know it's the most popular and the record labels know that. Now we're just going to be mass producing them without a human being being, you know, involved at all, other than, yeah, the computer that's designing it, I suppose, and the designer. But yeah, kind of scary because, yeah, I don't want to seem sort of, you know, old-fashioned, but, you know, I feel as if like music and that sort of stuff, it should be being made by human beings, in my opinion, not made, you know, and sort of performed by some digital avatar, which, you know, very conveniently can be deleted and just replaced with something else, right? And they could just bring it back, you know, and they're obviously ageless and they always sound perfect and everything, and it's like, I don't know, dude, I think we're straying a bit too far from what the creative arts really are, to be honest. Right, have we got any deliveries for this person real quick? So, not bothered about that, but we will take that because we left that behind last time, didn't we? Now our truck is mostly empty. We should be able to load it into there, which is all good. Cool. Ooh, excuse me. Special cider. Oh my goodness. Speaking of special cider, I got a text from a friend. They said they were doing some work somewhere in a warehouse that stored all kinds of stuff. And they said, I've got a crate of that old rosy cider, because I used to drink cider quite a bit when I was still drinking. And there's a cider called Old Rosie, and it's basically Perry. It's not even, it's so strong. And it comes in these giant hillbilly ass fucking jugs with like a little finger hole on the side. And you sort of like, you hold it by the finger hole and you rest it on your arm to tip it up. It's so stupid. But yeah, it's really fucking strong. And it comes in these giant, great big bottles. So perfect for someone like me that used to have a fucking alcoholism problem. But yeah, my friend phoned me up and said, there's a crate of 12 of them here. There's 2 6-packs of these giant bottles of cider. It's only got like another 5 or 6 months on it. Like, do you want it? And I was like, nah, I'm good, man. He's like, really? They're like fucking 25 quid each, aren't they? I was like, I don't drink anymore. They were like, really? I was like, yeah. They're like, oh, dude, you know. I was like, yeah, I know. But nah. But yeah, Old Rosie, dudes, if you need a cider to get the job done, but drink it fucking carefully, dudes. It's not your average cider. It's a lot stronger than it looks. It used to do the trick. Yeah, 2 or 3 pints of that get you fired up. Still can't believe that fucking whiskey that I had all those years ago. I've still got the bottle. Can't believe it's 400 quid a bottle now. That's fucking insane. Feel kind of stupid for drinking it, because yeah, £400 a bottle. Hello, chaps.
There we go.
Not me fucking reversing into the fucking bay to make a delivery. It doesn't make a difference, but yeah.
Beautiful night, don't you think? Let me just take a look at the orders. Huh. You really brought me this? I'm so grateful, Sam.
Cool.
I only wish I could shower you with proper rule. I made it so you can withdraw more material.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
Right, dudes.
I'm really sorry. It'll... And I hope to keep doing...
Okay. Maybe I should have listened to that one. But yeah, so need to pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some tips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. Someone's take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen. So if you're lurking and you want to follow in secret, that's perfectly fine. Once we're over on the BRB screen, the bot will say so. We don't have any alerts, so we don't call out the follows on the BRB. So we still appreciate them, of course. But yes, if you want to lurk and follow in secret, we also appreciate that. But yes, I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen, and I'll be back shortly. This little menace, running around the flat like an absolute lunatic, eating lettuce off the floor, being an absolute nutcase. Hey? Look at him. Look at this boy. Hey? Whoa. Let me hold on to your feet. Look at this boy. Hey? This boy, hey, he's a happy boy. Go on, off you go. But rolled out the way at the last second. You love to see it. It's the boss fight. Definitely taught me. Kind of, yeah, no, I just thought it'd be I thought it'd be kind of nice to have us both as like an icon, because it
because
also
we're iconic.
Yeah.
Stop it. I'll leave. Sorry everyone, that was embarrassing.
It is. Okay. So can I Sekiro it? No, I cannot. Ah, my fucking roll timing. Fucking hell, terrible. Fucking atrocious. Dark Souls 2 healing, everybody. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Not yet. Not yet. Hold tight. Hold tight. There we go. It's fucking so stupid, dudes. It's so fucking stupid. That'll do. That'll do. This is just scuffed as fuck. And he's just going to turn around at some point. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please don't turn around. Oh my god, chat. How the fuck did we get away with that? How the fuck did we get away with that? Right, I'm going to hide in this room here. Fucking lag is so bad. Right, and I'm going to fucking save the game there. So F2 to save. Right, okay. Fuck me. Oh, really? Like that, is it? So we're going to carry on down here. Oh. Bye. Oh, no. How to trigger people on the internet. Brother, what are you doing? Excuse me. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Fucking around with poor little fuckers on ladders in Elden Ring, waiting for them to climb up, just fucking slap them in the face. Right, so pretty sure they're 5-starred already. Got a request for a hot spring digger there. Oh, I could, yeah, do you know what? I could go and do that. I could go and do that because it'd be nice to have a hot spring there. So yeah, we could do that. We could. Fabricate. Fabricate. I think we can. A specific device, I think. Right. Let's go and build a hot spring.
Commencing route creation.
Right, so all we got to do now is get to the Hartman's lab, and then we can do that walking section on foot, I think. Yes, we'll take our truck up there, of course, because we take our truck everywhere. I'm still really fucking I'm still really amused by that comment. Somebody commented on my YouTube live stream, like after I streamed it. They're like, "You sure do love that truck." I'm being fucking called out because, yeah, I drive the truck everywhere. It works. It's just, it's too good to not take advantage of, too. It's so useful. Yeah, we need to get Right, so down the hill. Down the hill without dying, then back up the hill on the other side without dying. Oh. Excuse me. But yes, we'll do the actual climbing bit. We'll do on foot because it's not too far and it's fun to do some walking every now and again. And part of me wants to say we do an entire stream one day where I'm not allowed to use the truck. But the last time I said to myself, don't use the truck, just try and do as many deliveries on foot until you get fed up. I got fed up almost immediately, and like I think that the atmosphere just isn't quite as good as in this one, and therefore traveling on foot is just not quite as fun. The atmosphere in Death Stranding 1 was so fucking good. So I could quite happily just, you know, just plod along with a delivery, walking through that sort of like volcanic rock kind of terrain. It was really cathartic and nice, almost meditative, you know. Yeah, we're going up there. But yeah, I also want to check if I was to just move out of everyone's way. Can I choose to rest until morning?
Meditate.
Okay. That changes things. Okay, so if I'm out and about somewhere, all I've got to do is just sleep. And yeah, the sun will rise and wake us up. Okay, I hope that's how it works. Because if so, I can just always fast forward it till daytime. So. You know what we need? A little bit of low raw.
Jibber jabber jibber jabber jabbering. Walking towards the light that guides you home.
There was a There was a way to change the camera. They told us at the very beginning of the game, but
nobody knows. If they bothered to see from the caged up eyes, nobody cares. Nobody knows.
stops the music. Yeah, you can't really go off center too much. Shame. Yeah, this is it, chat. It's just a bit of peaceful music. Yeah. I'm being such a basic bitch right now, just going on a walk and taking like thousands of selfies. It's part and parcel, dudes. It's part and parcel. No pun intended. Parcel delivery. I know, but no. It's a very beautiful game. One thing you can't take away from it is it's such a fucking beautiful game. Just, yeah, I just want a proper free cam that doesn't have to work in an orb, like a sphere around Sam. All I want. Sam?
But it's just how it goes. 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 It's just how it
Oh, dudes, if I could turn the HUD off, I would. Tomorrow, welcome in. How's it going? There are options to turn the HUD off? Oh, you can't. Yeah, you can turn off components of. Okay. I don't want to turn off like 5 different things on the HUD and then have to turn them back on again. Everything's going fine, very busy today with Donkey Kong Bonanza. Almost at the end now. I hope you've been enjoying it, dude. Yeah, we were saying earlier that it looks like a really great game, but I think it's a bit of a stretch to call it Game of the Year. It looks really fun, you know, like Mario Odyssey was really fun, but I think it's a bit of a stretch to call it Game of the Year. Oh, God. It's just the vibe change. I will get there in the end, chat, I promise. But the thing is, you've got to respect Kojima for putting stuff like this in the game. So many people would shy away from it. So many people would talk about it, and then just never get round to it. But nah.
There she is. Let there be water.
Never built one of these before. These weren't in the previous game. Oh, fucking golden showers, mate. Okay, I didn't realize we were going to make a piss yellow.
So there was an underground spring out here as well, huh?
I didn't realize we were going to make a fucking giant puddle of piss. I'm just kidding. Chiral Spring, a sulfuric hot spring that contains molten chiralium. No toxic compounds have been detected, however, and even non-doom sufferers are able to enjoy bathing here. These waters have a curious effect on bathers, temporarily allowing them to carry heavier cargo loads. Okay.
I could just soak here forever and ever.
DS version. "30 seconds after low, Rory's an emotional cry." Yeah, I apologize. It wouldn't let me take a screenshot in the game, so I'm just going to take a screenshot with the console. Right, there we go.
I needed that.
Still going. Song name literally means nice bath, by the way. Oh, the song. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. Anyway, sorry. I'll stop being a fucking weeb now. Sorry, it makes me fucking chuckle. The thing is, we can create multiple playlists. Because this is the thing. Because in Metal Gear Solid 4, there's just an iPod. You can just have an iPod and you can listen to different songs from the game and the Metal Gear Solid series and they have an effect on your sort of mentality and sort of like your psychic health bar or whatever, your psyche. So yeah, it's fucking wild. But what baffles me is there's a bunch of songs. I mean, I suppose we should just put them all on there, and whack it on shuffle. See what comes up. Shuffle. Oh, goated shuffle pick. This song's been stuck in my head for days, mate. Since the intro sequence, it's been stuck in my head. Right, sorry, one sec. I need to.
Have I ever
really loved it?
Someone? Do I deserve what I've got? Now the crazy systems turn them to traps and the fears switching sides. I own $1 million worth of stock, but I still won't sleep at night. What is it that I've become? -61. Now the water level rises high in my cold paradise, where men sit in circles and talk numbers I never really liked. The way they think of life as some kind of gamble and watch the city drown. Where is it that I belong?
Most opinion I heard about the new game, they don't vibe with they don't vibe with Woodkid. I'm sorry, if you don't like Woodkid, you have bad taste in music. They are so unbelievably talented. They are so unbelievably talented as a musician. Like, I mean, this song and the intro is going to be etched in my memory for life. It was so significantly brilliant. And the fact that it cuts to gameplay when I was like, there's no way the game can look this good, and Sam was like, okay, time to head home. And it was just like, and then you do that opening sequence and it's just, look how good they made Decima look. Like, you know, Decima looked pretty good on the PlayStation 4, right? But they've stepped it up a bit, you know. Not generationally, unfortunately, but still, you know, this looks unbelievable. And this is on performance mode. It could look sharper. You guys wouldn't be able to see, but it could look sharper.
Right. What is it I'm trying to find?
But yeah, it is legitimately a fucking work of art. Yeah, not vibing with Woodkid's music. I mean, I need to listen to all the tracks. There might be a few songs, but I mean, like Iron, Run Boy Run, you know, The Golden Age as an album in general, they're just so fucking good, dude. I don't think this is Woodkid. It's the vocalist, sorry. He did a bunch of the vocals though. He sung 3 different sets of lyrics in 3 different registers of his own voice. He's so good. Wait for it. Oh my god. This is Death Stranding. Masterpiece. Absolute masterpiece. There's so much strange music in it, dude, as well. So much weird, quirky, interesting music that, you know, clearly, like, Kojima's music taste has just gone off the deep end and they just started listening to all sorts of stuff. Because, yeah. Anyway, it's a bit strange. That's a pretty good track. Anyway. But yeah, that right there is Death Stranding, dudes. So this is why I don't want to get the truck too full, because when the truck gets empty, I do feel like I want to start doing some stuff on foot. So if we get some short deliveries in the future, sorry, I can't let go of these two triggers, because if I do, he's just going to lose his balance straight away. But yeah, some short deliveries we should do on foot, I think. But yeah, so the hot springs, I don't know if we can, I think we can place them almost anywhere, I think. And you can jump between them. So, like, we could legitimately make some pretty fucking ridiculous, like, because, I mean, maybe the meta isn't roads and zip lines in this one. Maybe the meta is about making, like, baths to jump between. Because there's transponders, which look like teleporters. Sam, get your shit together. Come on. He also falls over way too easy. They've made that way more sensitive as well. Even on like reasonably flat terrain, he just randomly just loses his balance. It used to be much more about your movement. Cool. Hoverboard from the last game is not a thing anymore, right? No, there is. I didn't know there was a hoverboard in the previous game, but there's a coffin that you sort of use to ride tar. Like, tar comes out of the ground and then you scoot along on a coffin, like a surfboard, which is kind of cool. And there's obviously jumps and stuff in the game, so I'm pretty sure with the motorcycles and the coffin board, you can do tricks off of the ramps and stuff, which is another goofy, silly addition that's, you know, really, really funny and interesting. But yeah, I'll see if I can repair my vehicle here. I think I might be able to. Because, yeah, she's not looking so hot. Yeah, there we go. Oh. Textual controls.
As good as new to me.
Ba bam ba bam bam bam. Ba bam ba bam bam bam. I'm not going to make a TikTok of me in the fucking bath with that song playing, I promise. Hey, look, the texture on that drawbridge logo is like low res for some reason.
Welcome. I just need one moment to review order data.
Oh no, yeah, no, you can get the floating carriers. Yeah. Oh yeah, maybe I should have had one of them. Because yeah, you can get a floating carrier, and then you can ride the floating carrier down a hill. Oh, I get to refill when I'm. Damn, okay. Oh, we're almost 5 stars.
I had best return to.
Ba bam ba bam bam bam. Legitimately going to be stuck in my head now. Right, have you got anything for anyone that we need to 5-star? Right, that'd do it. That would probably do it, wouldn't it? Breakable cargo, stolen RNA virus samples. Okay, let's do that on foot as well. This might be enough. Right, I'm just gonna double check. Do I have a boulder stun gun? Oh, that's why we couldn't carry very much. Because our skeleton was fucked. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry. That's why Sam kept falling over. Okay, so yeah, I need to take these 2 out. Place these on my backpack. Then we need to go into cargo management. I'm going to select all the stuff for the people we've already 5-starred. I'm going to offload that lot. And then in here, I'm going to entrust everything that's not carried. Oh, the other porters, because we don't need to 5-star those people. So if I give these over, other people will pick them up and they get to use them and they get to get stars and ratings and likes and stuff. So that's all good. As well as that, we need to fabricate a new skeleton. So yeah, you've got a coffin board for surfing on. You've got floating carriers level 1 and 2. There might be a level 3. I'm not sure. Container repair spray, but seeing as everything lives in the truck, it's usually mostly okay. We've got a level 2 one. Level 1. Block a skeleton level 1. And just so take a couple of them. One of them we can put on. The other one we can chuck in the truck. Cool. Right, we're good to go. So, cheeky little quick save. After doing all that business. Right, so we're going out of here. And then we're going down the hill, up the road, fuck with these guys a little bit, grab whatever, and then run out. So yeah, let's do this on foot as well. But I need to make sure. But yes, one thing I will say is it definitely feels like there's a much bigger mixture of different kinds of, you know, music, art, and it seems like there's way more influences this time round. And I feel like it's a little bit, there's too many chefs in the kitchen, right? There's too many, too many cooks spoil the broth, right? So I think like because Death Stranding 1 seemed a lot more focused and had a lot less sort of, you know, influences. It seemed to be a lot more focused in its sort of art direction as a whole, and I think I preferred that. It's really interesting to see some new stuff in this one, so I don't think this is necessarily like worse objectively, but subjectively I think I prefer how Death Stranding 1, the music was all a certain kind, the environment was all a certain kind for the most part, and it sort of all had this consistency but this kind of peaceful charm to it that I really appreciated. Whereas this one seems to be a lot busier in both, you know, how many different kinds of stuff each, you know, collection of things is, you know, like there's, you know, a bunch of different really sort of varied music, and there's quite varied environments and there's quite varied, you know, items, and so it seems like there's just more of everything, and I don't know if necessarily, I don't think that adds enough to sort of, you know, significantly outshine the first one. The first one there was less stuff, but I think less is more kind of worked. I think that, yeah, a lot of the music was kind of very similar to Low Roar itself, and it faded in at the perfect times. In this one, it's randomly just, you know, songs just come on at certain points, and it's kind of a bit, you know, it's not quite as subtle, not quite as, you know, delicate with how they sort of, you know, fade the songs, and they just start playing at random points. And I know they're not random, I know they're semi-scripted, they're supposed to happen at certain times, but yeah, they've still felt a bit kind of arbitrary, you know, like it's just sort of like you're just, you know, halfway through a delivery, and then this random song by somebody you've never heard of starts playing. But yeah, the Woodkid song, perfect, absolutely perfect. But yeah, I mean, hopefully it appeals to more people, but this is the thing, you know, during the interview round, apparently Kojima said that Kojima said that feedback was initially too positive and too many people liked it, but they were going to change it to make it less appealing because they're not interested in mass appeal. So the fact that there's so much random stuff that, you know, feels like it may be just, oh shit, I don't want to say it, but I worry that in the same way that, you know, Kojima agreed to do Monster sponsorships in the first game because of the funding, I don't know whether they did the same thing here. Oh, I've got all this stuff that, I haven't got the truck with me, so I can't really can't really take it, can I?
Shawshank Redemption. Chicago! You're out of there! Go on, you're gone.
Krill, welcome in, dude. How's it going? How was the rest of stream? I had to go to sleep, unfortunately. But yes, hopefully you haven't got a bunch of muted sections of your VOD and a bunch of copyright strikes. Because yeah, Grand Theft Auto games have a shit ton of like licensed music that you might not be able to play on stream. But you might be okay, you might be fine. Sleep on a Monday night, overrated. Well, it was Sunday night for me. Oh. What does this thing mine again? I need to restore it. Oh shit. It's not okay. Still funny Monster canonically survived this apocalyptic world. Yeah, it's yeah, it is kind of crazy, but Monster have got this weird business model where they just vomit their stickers on absolutely everything, and like every extreme sports competition I used to go to, just as a spectator. I didn't compete or anything. Well, yeah, I rarely competed at all. You know, I couldn't even qualify, let's be honest. But yeah, every single time there was always somebody, you know, handing you a hat and a lanyard and a fucking 4-pack of Monster cans. And I was like, they were just giving stuff away for free all the time. So they kind of like, you know, curried favor with everybody so aggressively. But Tiger Woods, when they got injured, every single sponsor Tiger Woods had, when they got injured, every single sponsor dropped them. But Monster didn't, apparently. Monster kept them on. And when they came back and won, you know, they were repping Monster because they stuck by them, which is kind of interesting. Which people literally print most thing. I think they can pick the most rancid drink. Went fine, just too hot to stream. It is warm here as well. One of the few companies without debt too. Are they debt-free, really? Damn, okay. You can literally print most of the thing, but they pick the most rancid drink. Yeah, it's strange how, because on the surface, like in the extreme sports world, none of us took them seriously at first. You know, there was Red Bull, and Red Bull are legitimately like seriously serious about, you know, funding and helping extreme sports continue to be, you know, a thing. And Red Bull has forked over some fucking serious cash in the past. There was a dirt jumping competition, BMX dirt jumping competition called King of Dirt. And it was run by two brothers called Leo and Kai Forte. And they went to the Red Bull headquarters, right? Sat down in an office with somebody, and they said, we want to dig up Hyde Park, you know, Hyde Park in London. We want to dig up Hyde Park, do a dirt jumping competition, and then put it back to normal afterwards. And Red Bull were like, how much is it going to cost? And they were like, we didn't think we were going to get this far. But they fucking paid for it. It was fucking absurd. I don't know if there's still pictures of it floating around. Ken Block had a nice... Yeah, Ken Block did a lot for them as well. I don't know if there's still pictures of it. But I can't remember. It's probably been fucking... Oh, Red Bull Empire of Dirt, sorry. But yeah, it was fucking Hyde Park, mate. It was fucking Hyde Park in London, and they turned it into a fucking dirt jumping course. And then they just put it all back afterwards. It was fucking absurd. Christ knows how much it cost. I can't even imagine how much money they spent getting the permission, building the course and everything, and then putting it back to normal again. I can't even imagine. Because it wasn't just dirt jumps. There was all sorts of stuff going on there. But yeah, it was fucking wild, dude. Everyone was like, there's going to be a dirt jumping competition in Hyde Park. And I was like, yeah, fucking all right then. They're like, no, they got the green light. And I was like, who? They're like, the Forte brothers. They got the green light. And I was like, Red Bull's going to pay to dig up Hyde Park. They were like, yeah. And I was like, fuck. I didn't get tickets, unfortunately. I was never that much of a dirt jumper myself. But yeah, so Red Bull, you know, as much as I don't like energy drinks because of, you know, the health implications and everything, Red Bull get a pass in my book. Red Bull were like, yeah, how much is it going to cost? You know, and they've continued to do this. They've continued to pay for like crazy fucking things to happen, and it raises the profile of extreme sports because it gives everybody a bit of content to share. And yeah, some kids that I've, you know, only met once or twice, but they're professionals. You know, they'll fucking get the train over to fucking Milton Keynes or whatever. And yeah, they'll just sort of walk in there and just fucking ask them to fund like this ridiculously expensive project. But obviously the ticket sales, I mean, I hope the ticket sales covered it, because fucking hell, getting planning permission from London County Council to dig up one of like the most like pretty parts of London to make a fucking dirt jumping competition. It's fucking such a fucking ask, but yeah, they managed it. Yeah, all credit to them. Right, where's the rest of this shit? Oh, I think it's over there. Yeah, it's over there. Okay. Nice monster sponsorship for sure. Probably met Dietrich Misery when I founded Red Bull. He was crazy about spending money. Yes, I think the culture with the company in general is rather than spending, because the thing is their advertising budget is, you know, obviously pretty, you know, modest. You know, their advertisements are fairly kind of down to earth, because that's not their advertisement. Their advertisement is putting events on. So I think that's how it works. If somebody sat down and said, listen, you know, spending, you know, 600, 700 grand, maybe 1.2 million dollars or pounds doing an event that they then make ticket sales that roughly even out, but that's their advertisement for the entire year. Like they don't need to advertise for the entire year. That's, you know, several thousand people now speak fondly of Red Bull. You're speaking fondly of Red Bull. That's advertising. That's what advertising is designed to achieve. It's not always about sales. It's about public image and brand. And if your brand is the company that actually makes shit happen, then yeah, that's all they need to do. So they do. Don't just go through the motherfucker. Excuse me. But yes, so when it comes to like, I mean, I used to drink a lot of Relentless. Relentless was the energy drink I used to like. I was never that much of a Monster fan. But yeah, I sort of stopped drinking them because they're fucking super unhealthy. But Red Bull still gets an okay in my book, because
that's the last of the cargo.
When it comes to events happening, it's so difficult to get funding because of all the insurance and the fucking public liability and all sorts of other stuff, because kids are going to be doing all sorts of tricks. There's so many regulations that need to be checked, and you need to make sure that everybody's capable of riding the course, and everybody needs to be vetted by somebody who accepts responsibility for the safety of the people that are competing. And there's so many things to think about. There's so many moving parts to getting a competition like a jam kind of thing going. So the people that make it happen, they're driving the sport forward, because those events, like, not only are they a great opportunity for people to get noticed by sponsors, but they're also a great opportunity for content. And I know that content shouldn't be the focus in extreme sports. Well, this is the other side of my life. Doing extreme sports for content is not something I agree with. However, in today's world, when it comes to inspiring young people to take up an extreme sport, you have to do content. You have to. I've got friends that do it, that don't agree with it, but they realize it's a necessary evil. You want to get youngsters into BMX or skateboarding or whatever, you've got to be doing content, because that's how you're going to reach them. You're not going to reach them through normal advertising channels, through, you know, ads in newspapers or magazines in general. Kids don't even read magazines anymore. So yeah, you're going to have to reach them where they can be reached, and that's socials, that's social media, that's content. And yeah, unfortunately, even though a bunch of people that are really good at BMX, they fucking hate having to put out a certain amount of content every week. They constantly complain about it. And then there's this kind of like, should I share this online now because it'll do numbers, it's popular, or should I save it for the video that we're putting together? Because lots of BMXers, they're more focused on a video part that comes out every couple of years than they are on a video post, a short one-trick clip every single day, right? They're not interested in the social media sort of turnover. They want to work on stacking a bunch of clips to make, you know, a video part, which has like a 2 or 3 minute song to go with it, and it's like a piece of art when it's done right. Skateboarders and BMXers, they take real pride in making a good section, a good part of a video. And the videos are obviously, you know, what funds the trips and stuff, where they get the footage and everything. So yeah, it's all sort of an industry. But obviously getting footage is obviously a lot more, you know, fun for riders than having to stack clip, you know, getting a clip every day. Stacking clips over the course of a year or two, and then editing together a really good section with a banger song, loads of really big tricks that are going to impress people. That's what a lot of them are sort of, you know, kind of into. No, his son is running it though. See, weird, even though you get the green light on that. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. But yeah, they've done all kinds of stunts and stuff, so I kind of respect them because they clearly believe in extreme sports as a whole. It's not just, you know, they make an energy drink and they've chosen extreme sports and gamers to, you know, to latch onto. They actually help create some of the events that justify it, which is actually kind of respectful, I think. But they're still not super healthy, of course. I'm not saying drink them every day because they're not good for you. They even bottle Red Bull themselves. They did a handshake deal with an old German juice packaging company who now bottles every Red Bull can in the world. Well, yeah, this is it. A lot of these companies, it's not so much the company has a good product. Like I say, it's not the product quality anymore. It's how the business is run and what they can extract from their resources they have. Anyway, I need to pop you guys on the BRB screen. I'm going to quickly do an ad break. We've got one coming up in about a minute or two anyway, but I need to use the loo. So I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to take a break, though. You won't miss anything, so I'm going to take a break as well. Nilo, welcome in. Thank you for lurking in the YouTube, dude. I appreciate you. But yes, I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen for an ad break. I'll be back shortly. And then we'll get the truck, because obviously this delivery's taken like 10 minutes, even though we should have done it with the truck. We could have emptied the post boxes and stuff. But yeah, I want to do some more stuff on foot. But yeah. Bernie Eccleston's car collection for £700 million. Fair enough. I mean, Bernie Eccleston probably had some pretty cool cars. But Bernie Eccleston has some pretty nasty opinions about Lewis Hamilton. Probably because his day and age were quite racist. But, you know, maybe not, maybe so. Who knows? You can't really say anything. But yes. Yeah, it must have been an insane car collection. But yes, I'll be back shortly, and then we'll continue. I'll be right back.
Stop it.
As if that didn't break. How am I supposed to break it? Bro. Bruh. Skill issue. Like it didn't break. Just didn't break. Horse? Where are you, horse? Where are you, horse? Come on, horse, you can do it. Where are you, horse? Horse? No, you're a dog. I said horse. There you are. Horse. Shiny my horse's arse is. Got a ray traced horse's arse. Let's throw a croissant at somebody.
Una buona giornata. Keep your distance, pal.
Think. This is a trap.
Bristling with not exactly a place I'd stroll into. I see. Here to challenge Godric and lay your hands upon a great rune. You can see it then. Well, enjoy it. I'm tarnished, but unlike...
Mate, the birds. The birds need to fuck off, dudes. Oh, fucking hell, Rockstar! You guys can't see, but there's a left and a right T button. For fuck's sake, Rockstar. Fucking hell.
Almost got a pail full.
Stop it.
Yeah, I think... Fucking hell. Fucking hell, chat. Did you see my health? Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. But yes, Nilo, welcome in. I see you've jumped over to a different chat for the sake of joining the raffle. Very clever. Maximize efficiency. You'd love to see it. But yes, welcome in, dude. Thank you for lurking in the YouTube stream. I appreciate that, my dude. It's interesting. It's a different fit. So the thing about streaming on Twitch is, you know, even if I don't really care, I know that there's some expectations on me. In terms of, like, you know, what I'm supposed to, you know, do, and, you know, how many viewers I'm supposed to have and everything. Whereas with YouTube, it's kind of like, yeah, whatever, you know? Holy fuck, dude, this is so strange. This is such a strange way of doing lights. It's all because you have to stay centered on the player. That's the only thing, is you have to remain centered on the player. And that means it gets real fucking weird when you try and orientate how something lines up or doesn't line up. What I'm trying to do is get the moon act as a light source. So, oh, for fuck's sake, fuck off, man. Yeah, do you know what? The photo mode it's not as useful as I'd like. It's the camera is stuck with, like, it's anchored to the character when I want to be able to move the camera completely freely. And thus far I haven't figured out how to do that. And I also want to be able to place lights completely independent of the character, because, yeah, right there, what I wanted to do was create a bit of extra artificial moonlight just to lighten up the character, because it's a pretty cool angle with the moon in the distance. But fuck me, dude, the game would not allow it, which is, yeah, it's a bit of a shame. So, yeah, photo mode is obviously amazing that we have one, because this game is fucking beautiful. But, yeah, it's kind of, yeah, because everything has to be orientated and affected upon as a perspective of the character rather than the point of view that I'm seeing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know whether I'm missing something or whether there'll be a patch to sort of update it, but yeah, it's a shame, because, yeah, it would be really nice to be able to just pause Sam in place like it does anyway, but then have free control to move the camera. And obviously I can move the camera around wherever I want, so it should be possible. Because then it would behave more like a real camera, right? Where you could walk around with a virtual camera and take a picture like you were taking a photo, right? So, yeah. I feel like the camera mode, the photo mode, could be improved a little bit. Still really capable, and there's been some amazing photographs I've seen so far. And the thing that really, really sort of, you know, spooks me a little bit is, like, people have been, like, posting photos from Death Stranding 2. Kojima, his actual Instagram profile, whether it's him or not, you don't know, but Kojima's actual Instagram profile has been around liking them, and I'm like, oh, fuck, man. So I do want to take some pictures, and I have been sharing them on Instagram, but I haven't taken a really good one yet. I'm hoping I can get to grips with the camera mode, but yeah, it's weird, because that light's still there, strangely enough. But yeah. because it has to be. I can go a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right. Yeah, because the thing is, right, what you normally get is you normally get free movement, but there is a circle where you can't go any further. And I feel like maybe that's the case with this, because I can move, but the second I want to put any distance between me and the subject to get this beautiful environment in, I'll hit an edge, and I'm suddenly in this sphere that I then can't move freely. Which is, kind of jarring. And it's a shame. Because, there's a few moments where I'm like, oh, if I could get a wide shot of this, where Sam is in the left quadrant, that would look really nice, but I just can't get the camera angle to fully put them on the left-hand side of the picture. So, it would be really nice if there was a genuine free cam. But, not the end of the world. Being nice to have. Wild West up in here, jump on it. But this is it. Truly my pleasure. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much. Story of Red Bull is very fascinating. Sadly, not an English biography of the man, though. I imagine it's probably written in their native language, Dutch.
Taking a look at the orders now. So much cargo.
Oh, they're German. Okay. I thought they might have been Dutch. Please excuse me. Yes, there we go. 5 stars. Let's go.
I want you to have this, but keep it a secret. And no need to tell our friend. Do you have enough materials? Let me
Cool. Austrian, not Dutch, sorry, and the headquarters is not far from where my grandpa... So it was Austrian, not Dutch, sorry. My bad. My mistake. Because they have the Red Bull Ring in Austria. Yeah, Styria. Styrian? Styria?
As a result, I miss being able to have a normal meal like I used to. It can be really hard.
Yeah, you definitely can't move during cutscenes.
This is far from a conclusive.
Really beautiful, really fit in nature. Very private person who never took interviews. I see, okay.
Influenced by the tides on the beach.
But I know that the Formula 1 track and the testing centre is... Well, the Formula 1 track is in Austria, but the factory for Formula 1 is in Milton Keynes. And I think maybe that's where their head office is. I'm not sure.
We've been one step closer to unraveling the mysteries of the Death Stranding. 21-minute syndromes included. Or at least that's what we would like to believe.
But yes, because YouTube, there's no expectations. It's, it doesn't cost me anything. It's nice and easy. I can just have a YouTube stream going, and then a handful of people have popped in and out over time. And it's been a handful of people have popped over from YouTube. So it's been fairly successful. I'm not, obviously, a lot of people have said that, streaming on YouTube was bad. But I think they're streaming in the vertical format, whereas I'm streaming in sort of the normal one. You get a lot more views in vertical on YouTube, loads more views on vertical for YouTube, but obviously it's a different kind of viewer. And I'm not. Oh shit, do I need to entrust these as well? Oh, fuck it. Let's just... hang on. Let me put everything in the truck. Right. So I want to entrust this. Is on my back. Oh, so I can't entrust it. Okay, that's strange. And I want to recycle this. Yeah, that's strange. What have I got on my back then? But this generator unit. No, it's an aid request. That's why I can't get rid of it. Okay. Well, do you know what? This road down here goes all the way. Quite long. It's quite long, but I need to get rid of this fucking aid request. Otherwise, it's going to follow me around for the rest of the damn game. So, let's go on a cheeky little drive. Drank 8 stone. He drank like 8 stone, 400 milliliter cans per day. Then he passed away at 74. I mean, 74 ain't too bad. If you drink energy drinks every day, 74 is pretty fucking good. This format works well for my 3 monitor setup, so it appeals to me anyhow. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, I mean, I have noticed, because the thing is, if I check the YouTube recording of the stream, like just after I finish, it's crispy as fuck because I upload at 10,000 kilobits AV1, so it's super efficient, and 10,000 kilobits is quite a lot. However, if I check that in a couple of days' time, it looks a bit compressed. So I think what they do is, you know, after the stream's all said and done, you know, once it's been there for a day or two, they obviously compress it quite a bit because it's quite a lot of video, you know. But yeah, I'm still pretty interested in the fact and pretty psyched on the fact that rather than me having to edit VODs, which, you know, it would be nice to edit the VODs down so that they're not quite as long and there's no, you know, breaks or whatever, but at the moment it's one click and I stream to YouTube as well as Twitch, and then my VOD is already on YouTube forever, so it doesn't matter about Twitch VODs, they can get deleted after a certain amount of time. I make clips on Twitch because they're good for sharing on social media and stuff, but yeah, you know, it basically just allows me to have like a VOD on YouTube automatically. Then there's no uploading or setting, because before it was pretty good. You could connect your YouTube to your Twitch and then you could just ask it to transfer the VOD to YouTube, which is kind of cheeky because it allowed everybody to just use YouTube as an infinite VOD storage. Because, you know, if you just upload all your VODs to YouTube and set them as unlisted, you've got a VOD vault, you know, and yes, they're compressed, but so is Twitch, you know. So I knew a few people that were saying that, yeah, I send all my VODs to YouTube and I just unlist them, so I've got them forever, you know, they're just there forever. And I was like, that's actually kind of fucking clever. That is actually kind of fucking clever. Because yeah, before that, people were fucking just highlighting the entire VOD, and I was like, don't do that, because they'll get fed up with everybody having like the last fucking 20 streams all highlighted, and they were like, nah, it's fine. And now here we are, they've set a limit of 100 hours worth of footage, which for me is fine. All my clips and the highlights and boss fights of the streams that I've done add up to about 30 hours. But I don't doubt that there are people on this platform that have been streaming for like 10-15 years that have like 150-200 hours worth of just highlights. That's obviously really good to have online, but they're going to have to sort of download it all now and suddenly have to find storage themselves. Suddenly find storage for a shit ton of footage. Can I sneak in there and? Okay. But yeah, so yeah, a bunch of people that have been on the platform for like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. Since like 2016 or whatever it was, or 2016 or 2012? Yeah, I think it was 2016. So if they've been on the platform for like 8 or 9 years, just their highlights, not even like long full stream highlights, they're just general highlights of like boss fights and, you know, dono goals and, you know, moments of stream that were really cool. They might have 150-200 hours worth of content that Twitch has been benefiting from for years, and suddenly they're going to have to fucking sort that out. And it's like, you know, so I don't know if partners get more, but yeah, I think after a certain amount of time, you're going to need more storage. You know, you're just going to need more. But yeah, like I say, it's the problem is solved by the fact that I can just stream to YouTube, and yeah, people have been like, you know, liking and commenting on them and stuff. So, you know, we'll keep doing it. There is a vertical plugin made by the same people that do this multi-stream. But every time I've tried to use it, like even offline, not streaming, every time I turn on the record on the vertical format, it fucking like absolutely murders the GPU. Oh, this is one of those level 3 roads. It's got a roof. This. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to level 3 all the roads. That's just stupid. Unless, if level 3ing the road overwrites the person that made the road, I might have to level 3 the roads that I've built. Because yeah, some of these roads took a long time to build. Right, let me just double check if I've got anything for this guy. I think, sadly, I think I may have already entrusted. Road with the roof is kind of legit though. I like, yeah, it's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. But yes, and obviously it does allow me to see what the quality of is, you know, AV1 and stream, because I started this game and what I should have done is I should have changed it to 1440p. But the thing is, I can't capture at 1440p, annoyingly. But yes, I have been accepted to try out 1440p stream, but I haven't actually done it yet, so I feel bad that I applied and then didn't do it. But yes, after this game, if we play something on PC, I'll try and do, because I don't know if you can do 1440p screen capture. I'll have to investigate what's capable and what's possible. But yes, if we play a PC game, I can obviously just capture it at 1440p, and we can stream at 1440p and see what it looks like, you know? Because if we stream at 1440p and they compress the fuck out of it, but it looks like 1080p, then cool. if I want to have 1080p VODs, I'll just stream at 1440, and when they compress the hell out of it in the VOD, it will just look like 1080. It will still look crispy and sharp at 1080. See, like, I'm okay with that, you know? That's fine by me. So yeah, we're doing a right, and then we can go into auto drive. Because yeah, if I can stream at 1440 and the VOD is 1440, then yeah, I'll just stream at 1440, and then when they compress the VOD down to 1080p, so be it, you know? You can just watch the VOD at 1440 but resize the window to make it 1080p, and it'll look nice and crispy, right? So, you know, we stay winning. We stay winning, but yeah, I imagine when everyone starts doing that, everyone starts streaming at 1440p, Twitch will be like, okay, test is over, you guys don't get it, sorry. I would like to test it a little bit. Yeah, this will take us the whole way there. But yes, one other thing I want to test as well is when I make a clip, if I clip and then I make a vertical version of that clip, it drops it to 720. Maybe because the process is obviously intensive, you know, system intensive, resource intensive. But I want to know if I stream at 1440 and it does the same degradation of quality or the same like drop, is the drop in resolution a percentage of the original value, or is it 720p? Because if I can make clips at 1080p by streaming at 1440, then quid's in, you know? Again, we stay winning. But yes, I still want to ask Twitch themselves. I might tweet them and say, we're not allowed to have both the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat in the same, you know, as an overlay. We're not allowed to have them mixed together. Can we have a YouTube overlay that's separate from the Twitch overlay, you know, that they're different overlays? Is it the fact that it's combined as one overlay, or is it the fact that they're both on the screen? Is that the crux of the issue? Because Nat was very kind and warned us that we're not allowed to have YouTube and Twitch chat on the screen. I can have it on my screen, but I can't show it as an overlay. So they saved us there. Although I do know a reasonably large streamer, you know, sort of, you know, in the sort of, you know, 1,000 average viewer bracket, and they have it on both, I think. I'll double check. But yeah, they were one of the first people I saw multi-streaming because they're quite a big streamer on Twitch. They've got a decent subscription base on YouTube, so they had like, you know, 150, 200 viewers on YouTube straight away. So it made sense for them, right? Because it's just, you know, it's just another platform for them. And obviously it's content, you know, evergreen content as well. You know, it's not just when you're live, it's your live content, but always live. You know, people can just go and watch the VOD whenever they want on YouTube. And yeah, somebody in chat mentioned a couple of streams ago, YouTube comes pre-installed on almost every TV that's sold today. So, you know, that's a lot of screens that you immediately become available on, right? And I know, for me, it doesn't, you know, I know that on a TV, modern day TV, they've got Netflix, they've got proper YouTube content that's, you know, edited content, they've got TV channels, they've got DVD, they've got Blu-ray, they've got cinema quality films. So they're not going to be watching me, but, you know, it's nice to sort of, you know, it's nice to keep that channel open, you know, nice to keep those options there. Because, yeah, it's a very good point. It's a very, very good point, is that YouTube comes pre-installed on almost all TVs these days. That's a lot of screens out there. And there's a lot of people that might be comfy in the lounge, but they don't want to get up and watch Twitch on their computer. But watching Twitch on a TV is not always easy. But if you can watch the YouTube stream, then the quid's in. But yes, I might double check how you access the live. But yeah, it is kind of fucking crazy. So if I just stop boosting for a second, if I turn the auto drive on, it is fucking wild to me. But I can go to YouTube on my TV, find my channel, and then go to my channel. It is a bit of a palaver, but that's so fucking wild, dudes. There's a 3 or 4 second delay, obviously, but it's because, yeah, right now I'm playing the game obviously with like a 3 or 4 second lag. But that's so wild. That's so fucking, sorry. That still fucking makes me chuckle. That I can fucking watch my own stream on the TV that I'm currently using to stream. It's just technology. Can't combine, weird you can't combine those. Well, so on the surface, the chat being able to see each other in the chat window, I completely understand, because you can't moderate. Each platform can only be moderated by each platform. So when you combine them, there could be gaps in the moderation, the TOS, right? And if YouTube TOS and Twitch TOS is different, it complicates things, because how do you moderate a chat where you need to know if the chatter in the chat is breaching TOS? Are they breaching TOS chatting in the right chat? But it complicates things. So I understand it. It makes perfect sense to me that you can't have something that combines the chats for the chat. You can combine them so you can read them both, but you can't combine them. But I wasn't aware that obviously that extends to them being on the screen. So yeah. But again, Twitch is, you know, notoriously ambiguous with their guidelines, and yeah, people fall through the cracks and get fucking bans and stuff. So yeah, it's better to be careful. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, because the thing is, like, you know, I drag Twitch for being, you know, less than great sometimes, but I do sometimes see people saying, "Oh, this is bullshit. You can't do this." I'm like, well, there is actually a legitimate reason for that. There is genuinely a legitimate reason. When you have two platforms with two different TOSs, you know, you can't start mixing the chats together because you can't, you know, it can't be moderated properly. So I get that, you know, I understand that. And also the guidelines in terms of service around not guiding people to, you know, you know, I can't stream at 1440p on YouTube, but only 1080p on Twitch, right? And I can't make the YouTube stream better than the Twitch stream, or vice versa, you know. And I can't tell people to watch one or the other. I have to just, you know, people can watch where they want. I'm just making it available for people where it's most convenient for them. But there is obviously, you know, it's like for like. It's both 1080p. Both threads of, you know, the stream are 10,000 kilobits thanks to enhanced broadcasting. So I'm streaming at 10,000 kilobits to Twitch, and I'm streaming at 10,000 kilobits to YouTube. So it's the same. Both are 1080p, both are 60 FPS. The only difference is I want to try AV1 encoding and see what it looks like. But other than that, for all intents and purposes, I have made a significant, you know, I have made a concerned effort to make both of the live streams as similar as I can make them. So there's not much more I can do. Obviously, if I'm not doing enough and Twitch wants to get in contact, by all means, please let me know. Don't just fucking ban me. You know, you need to get out of this kind of like, you know, they put up a post with some somewhat ambiguous guidelines, and then a bunch of people get banned for doing things, and then we find out the actual TOS, right? It's just sort of like, it's so silly. If you just told people what they needed to do and you actually understood things and communicated them correctly, none of this stuff would happen. But yes, it's really cool. It's really cool that and again, I'm not guiding anybody anywhere, but it is really, really cool to me that my YouTube stream can be viewed on most smart tellies. So my friends that don't have a computer or don't use their computer as much as I do, because not all of my friends are chronically online like me. They're not pretending to be content creators. They have real lives in the real world. How cringe is that? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, if they wanted to hang out, they could just get the YouTube up, which is super, super handy. But obviously everybody that's got access to Twitch could just use the Twitch, you know? So, works both ways. These roads are always wet. So there is kind of like a handbrake. But yeah, it doesn't work like a proper handbrake. It's kind of just an approximation. But yes, one thing I have heard from numerous sources is that streaming on vertical platforms in general, that the people I know that tried streaming on TikTok and the people I know that stream vertically on YouTube, they've had issues. And I think it's because people are just flicking through like reels and stuff. They're just flicking through short form content. They're not really, A, they're not kind of the person that watches live streams, and B, they're clearly not that interested in watching a live stream. They're flicking through short form vertical content, sorry, is what I was trying to say. That obviously means that when they see a live stream, you know, if they're going to get involved, it's probably not going to be good, you know? So it's like, I kind of get it. So I'm kind of a bit tentative to, you know, because I don't really care how many viewers it says you have on vertical. You know, if they're all going to be really rude and spoilery and backseaty, and if it's going to require a bunch of moderation, it's not worth it for me, you know? I don't give a fuck about viewers, I give a fuck about vibe, basically. And yeah, from what I've seen and heard from multiple different sources, it might compromise the vibe, and the vibe is everything to me, so I'm going to protect it because I think you guys deserve to be protected. But yeah, I've got a few friends, you know, and they've been streaming on Twitch for 5, 6, 7, 8 years. Started streaming on YouTube vertical, and they're suddenly getting hundreds of views, and you know, they've hit like 5,000-6,000 subscribers and everything, but they're constantly having to fucking just keep them in check. And yeah, some of the comments they're getting and stuff, it's kind of like, you know, and they end up saying like, listen guys, I'm going to mute the YouTube chat. I'm just going to mute it so I can't see it. I'm just going to close the tool that shows me the YouTube chat so I won't be able to see anyone's messages. So please, you know, be respectful. You know, it's a live stream. You know, this is happening right now. I'm a real person. Please be respectful. And yeah, it's probably just teenagers that are fucking around, but that's what I mean, because it's just teenagers that are fucking around. Those aren't like views that I want and or need. I'd rather just fucking keep things nice and fun and nice and cozy and not have any of this nonsense or stress. Like I said earlier, dudes, you know, every time I see somebody fucking blow up, it's always super dangerous from then on in. It's always, you know, walking on eggshells from there on in, because, you know, you say one wrong thing and even if you don't really mean it in the way everyone thinks you do, it doesn't matter. They smell blood and everybody descends on you and you just get fucking torn to pieces. And like I say, sometimes it's deserved, sometimes they are bad people. But yeah, I worry sometimes that maybe they're not as bad as people make out. They're just, the internet needs a victim, and there's a whole demographic of YouTubers, and every time something happens, you know, with Dr. Disrespect, when that shit happened, and when the Pirate Software shit started hitting the fan, there's like thousands of videos from these kids, and then unless something happens, you don't hear a word from them. They haven't uploaded in weeks, right? As soon as something happens, they all come out of the fucking woodwork for their pound of flesh. And like I say, sometimes the people are bad people, but there's a point where it's like, Jesus Christ, man. You guys literally can't make any other kind of content, can you? All you can do is just tear other people to pieces. And it fosters a bad attitude towards other creatives. And I think that, you know, yes, sometimes the people are bad, but we don't need the fucking 7th video of you dragging them, saying all the same things in a slightly different way. And we don't need the fucking 9 react videos to you reacting to someone else reacting. It's just, oh my God. You know, I know that my content isn't exactly high quality, you know, I'm just some dude playing video games and talking shit, you know. But yeah, I'd like to think that I'm at least doing something myself that's fairly unique. I know there's lots of other people that stream video games, but you know, those of you that have been here for a while, you know, you guys know I try to do things, you know, that are different and unique for this stream. But yeah, it's kind of sad how like somebody gets rocketed up to like a really popular status on the internet, but then they just get fucking torn to shreds within a year, and it's like, it's just this constant kind of like machine of like just chewing people to pieces for likes.
Tomorrow 888 says one more thing.
Oh, thank you for the bonk. Wait for it. I ignore this stuff. There it is. Yeah, this is the thing. I ignore it as well, but it's just it just floods your feed, right? Are you guys awake again? Oh shit! I think these guys are awake again. Okay. Oh no. Tony Hawks, Tony Hawks, Tony Hawks. Oh, okay. Fail. Never mind. Oh shit, okay, that fucking destroyed a bunch of my cargo. I kind of want to grind that though. So when was the last save? Yeah, it was just back there, wasn't it? Yeah. Fine. If we just use the tunnel this time, we should be able to get past these motherfuckers. Yeah, I tried to ignore it, but yeah, like I say, it's just, it absolutely, oh no, it's actually quite far back, sorry. Shit. But yeah, it absolutely fucking takes over, and it's just every other fucking video. And like, I don't even really click on them, but it's because it's, everybody loves drama, and when everyone gets bored, they start looking for people to fucking crucify, to sacrifice for drama. And yeah, that's just not a world I want to be part of. I don't give a fuck about how much money you can earn or how popular and, you know, famous on the internet you can be. Like, that kind of culture where like people get thrust onto a pedestal and they just explode in popularity, and then they get absolutely eviscerated and cannibalized. And that's the term that somebody used. Somebody called it out on YouTube. They said that there's a culture on YouTube where people just cannibalize each other, where these people pretend to support each other as creators, but until there's an opportunity to do a takedown or a character assassination, and they will sell you down the river. They will throw you under the bus in a fucking heartbeat, if they think it'll get them a few extra likes and a few extra views. And yeah, so it's kind of like, yeah, YouTube has its own kind of, you know, cultural issues and stuff. And ultimately, with Twitch being the way that it is, with YouTube being the way that it is, and with Instagram and TikTok and social media in general being the way that it is, it's just, like, it's not something I think you can truly ever really succeed at. And I know that sounds like cope. I know right now everyone's like, oh, boo-hoo, he's all fucking salty because he can't be popular on the internet. But no, I genuinely think that there isn't really a W in content creation or being a social media influencer. There isn't really like a good way of doing it that doesn't really end up fucked. And if you want an example of this, there's a YouTube channel called Outdoor Boys, right? And this guy started off with just him going camping, demonstrating, you know, outdoorsmanship and everything else. But he started to get his kids and his family involved on camping trips and stuff. And it's really wholesome, wonderful content. And this guy will go out into some of the harshest conditions and he'll survive, right? So it's not quite, he's not quite as charming as someone like Ray Mears or something. But yeah, he's a knowledgeable guy. He's got the equipment. He knows what he's doing. He goes out into the Alaskan woods, camps, finds food, survives for a night or two, and then goes back to his car and goes home. And that's his thing. He likes to go camping in extreme conditions, right? Really wholesome content. I really enjoyed it and everything. But they got so fucking popular, right? So popular that they no longer felt like their wife and children were safe. So even though this guy, like, basically fucking nailed it, right? They had, like, really good content that was really unique, that they made, that was really successful. They had to just fucking stop because they realized that if it continues, they're not going to be able to go anywhere as a family and not get recognized. And they felt bad for the safety of their children and their wife, you know, their family. They were like, I don't mind about me, but it's my family. I have to, as a husband, as a father, I have to think about my family. So even if you do really well, you've got really wholesome content that nobody would ever try and fuck you with, even then, it gets to a point where it's not sustainable, so you have to stop. So I feel as if, like, even if there's a perfect, like, way to be a content creator, the end game is you become so popular that you can't go anywhere without being recognized. And if you want an example, the footage of that Speed kid going to various different countries around the world, where it's not even America, so it's not even like his, like, you know, his country where he's the most popular, but he's such a celebrity on the internet. People were going fucking insane. Like, he needed a security detail. Somebody pulled one of his fucking dreadlocks off, and I'm like, fuck that, man. I don't give a fuck how much money you pay me if I can't jump on a boat or a plane, go to some little village or town somewhere because it's beautiful, sit down and have a nice cup of coffee and a croissant in the morning, and then wander around this nice quaint old village without being pestered by people. I don't want it. I don't want it. Like, I'm happy being a small little nobody where I don't have to worry about people recognizing me or anything. That would freak me out, dude. That would freak me out so much. If I was in public, because, like, you know when you bump into somebody you haven't seen for like 15 years and they remember you but you don't remember them? That freaks me the fuck out. And I knew this person in real life already, but that freaks me the fuck out when someone's like, hey, real name, and I'm like, hey dude, how's it going? Like, yeah, I'm really good. Like, are you still living in hometown? I'm like, yeah. But yeah, like, because I don't know, I feel like I don't know them, but they know me. That kind of freaks me out. So, like, yeah. Like I say, I'm not cut out for being successful. So I love doing it, and I love hanging out with you guys, and I hope you guys enjoy the streams. But yeah, like, there isn't a future for me in this. You know, not going up anyway. There's a future for me doing it and having fun. But that's just me. That's with every hobby. I've never been good at hobbies. Like, I've never been good at hobbies. I've just done things that I have fun doing. And there's, you know, the repetition of doing something because you enjoy it will, of course, slowly but surely teach you a few things about it and make you somewhat more knowledgeable than the average person. But I've never been, like, genuinely talented at anything. I just really enjoy something, so I do it a lot. And there's a certain amount of knowledge you pick up just from doing that. but I've never had any sort of genuine inane talents or anything. I just work as hard as I can at something that I want to achieve. I don't usually achieve it, but I have fun, and that's kind of the thing. You know, my goal is to have fun and be as creative as possible. So yeah, I'm not really that focused on social media posts and likes and everything else like that. I'm kind of, so yeah, I think somebody just fucking walked it. There's a giant crater, but I think somebody just walked, because it's not me. And the thing is, yeah, these paths, they go down way too easy, and it's making the map quite cluttered. I must admit, the map is quite cluttered. It's not too bad, but it is definitely a lot more cluttered than the previous game. But there is a filtering option, but the filtering options don't have a lot of different settings. Oh shit, why have I got something for him? Okay, I've got some stuff for the chef. Motherhood, yeah. And the chronobiologist. Okay, yeah, we'll go to the chronobiologist, because yeah, they're all the way up on the mountain, but we can do that from here. We can go and grab the zipline network that we put in to get up there. Be nice and easy. And then we can also go to the Magellan, because I imagine there's probably some story for us to look at. But yeah, world needs less drama and not more, exactly. Yeah, and that's why I'm not anymore on YouTube. I'm the same way, honestly. Yeah, this is it. Is that I think a lot of people they get super like, you know, set on the idea that averaging 6,000 viewers and, you know, getting paid 50 grand a month and, you know, doing it full time, and if people enjoy that and it validates them and it doesn't give them mental health issues, but yeah, I see a lot of people that, you know, they suddenly get popular on Instagram or Twitter or Twitch or YouTube or whatever, and I promise you, it's only a matter of time before, you know, this is the most difficult video I've had to make. I'm going to have to take a break. I don't know if I'm going to come back, or I'm going to come back after 6 months. I've got a lot going on. I need to take a break from doing this. Everybody takes a break from it. Everybody steps away from it in some way, shape or form. Maybe only temporarily, but often, you know, sometimes, not often, but sometimes permanently. And it kind of shows me that, you know, like, is this a ladder I want to be at the top of, or can I just enjoy having fun at this level? And I think I kind of want to just have fun at this level. Obviously, I'm not going to turn down growth, but at the same time, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it, because I know that there's way too many factors that are outside my control for me to allow it to have an effect on my mental health. There's way too much that I can't control. In my 4 years of streaming, after digging into the details over and over again, I've come across like a myriad of things. There's so many things that can negatively affect you, but there's so few things you can actively do to benefit you in every single instance. There's so few things you really have control over that you can really make a difference with. I'm sure there was stuff that used to work 5-6 years ago, and that's kind of still the rhetoric that people use to say, oh, you got to be consistent, you got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do this. And then you see somebody that streams every second Wednesday for like 4 hours, but they're incredibly busy and incredibly popular. So it doesn't really make any sense anymore. So I think it isn't really worth stressing yourself out of it. You have to ask yourself, do you enjoy playing video games and talking to people about video games or not? Because it doesn't matter what else you do. Like, if you don't enjoy it at its core, then it's not for you, and you need to stop taking up space, because I'm sorry, if it's not for you and your heart's not in it and you're doing it for the wrong reasons, then you're not doing right by your viewers. It's not fair on them. They deserve better. They deserve somebody who loves this, and you need to fucking move aside. People that are only doing it for the money, only doing it for the validation and stuff, they're not doing it because they love video games and they love talking to people. I personally feel that, you know what, you should probably just decide on something that's going to validate you and make you feel good and you can enjoy, that doesn't involve, you know, roping in a bunch of people into a community that doesn't have a leader that cares. Because, yeah, you know, when a community is all about the Ko-fi, it's all about the Patreon, it's all about the gifted subs, and, you know, it's always about monetization. And you realize this person spends way more time on their Instagram than they do on their Twitch. And it's like, you know. But yes, I have been fortunate enough to make some very good friends on this platform that are clearly doing it for the right reasons, and they're the people I look to for inspiration, you know. People like Sabogit and Kate, Dino Singale. I was about to say Space Aaliyah, but Space Aaliyah stopped. they gave up on Twitch, unfortunately. But yeah, there's a bunch of creators that I love dearly, and you can tell that they're doing it for the right reasons, and they love it, and they're built for it. They're made to be a streamer, right? They have that charismatic, warm, welcoming, chatty kind of personality, and they're understanding and compassionate and empathetic and humorous, you know, and dedicated and talented at video games. They have all those innate qualities, like I mentioned earlier, that make them really fun to watch. And they give a fuck about the community. They do things with their community, and they include their community. They do community games. They do movie nights. They have a Discord where they're constantly sort of, you know, being active and making sure the community is, you know, making sure people feel like they're part of a community. It's, you know, it's really, really impressive to see. Which is why I want to do more things with the Discord. I obviously thought, you know, because I'm a smaller streamer, I thought I probably don't even need a Discord. I'll have one because there's certain things that are handy to have a Discord for. But I also feel like maybe I owe you guys a bit more. You know, I owe you guys, you know, some more stuff going on in the Discord. And I think the movie nights, we need to do them on a Friday. I think lots of people are interested in watching the Austin Powers movies. Not Austin Powers, Ace Ventura. And there's a few other films that I'd like to share with you guys. But yeah, on Friday the 13th each year, I think it might have gone by this year, but maybe not. But yeah, Friday the 13th, we often watch, if I'm not streaming, we watch Friday the 13th films. But yes, I think Friday nights would be a nice night for movie night. Sometime around sort of 7 o'clock-ish, 6:30-ish, so it's not so early, it's not so late that people can't go out afterwards, but it's not so early that, you know, people are still at work and stuff, you know. But yes, I have to actually say something in the Discord to make these things happen. I forget that, you know, all this stuff that's happening in these other Discords is because the people I know in the Discords that I'm in, they're really dedicated and they make a sincere effort to do stuff with the Discord. Whereas me, I forget it exists and I feel so bad. I don't forget you guys exist, of course. Well, you say that. I appreciate you, neither. But yeah, I feel as if I should be obliged by myself, you know, to do more, because this is the thing. If I'm going to put any more effort in, I'm putting effort into the community. I'm not putting effort into Twitch, you know. I'm sorry. I hate to say it. I know it sounds defeatist after what I just said. But yeah, I love streaming. I love hanging out with you guys, but I'm not focusing on, you know, things to do with Twitch or any of that lot anymore. I'm sorry. It's just a giant black hole of time and money. And like I say, there's so few things you can genuinely do. Ferret, welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. How was stream? There's so few things you can do that genuinely give you sort of, you know, a control of over the things that people tend to rate themselves on. So you've just got to try and do what's fun. You've got to try and have as much fun as possible, because yeah, life's too short to be worrying about somebody else's bottom line. The Ferret raid, welcome in. I'm a man playing some Vanquish. It was so good. What kind of game is Vanquish? I'm not sure I've heard of that one. Is it okay if we do a shout out for you with a clip, or would you prefer a non-clip shout out? I don't mind either way, whichever one you prefer. It's totally up to you. So I think we've got some deliveries to do, but I think it might be a good idea to build the road, because there's going to be a road that comes off of here. There's a junction here, and there's going to be, so there's a paver here that doesn't need that much. If I'm being honest, that really doesn't need much. That one doesn't need much either. And then we've got a road almost the way to the Pioneer. But you know what? I've got some metals. Yeah, that's actually not that far. And I think in one of the private lockers, I've got a fucking shit ton of metals and ceramics. So I might quickly just pop over there. No, absolutely, yes, guys. So Vanquish was a commentary on those third-person shooters where you have to stay behind cover, has agile power armor, and forces you to slide, dash around, avoid. So it's kind of like Gears of War, because as a PlayStation kid, I didn't play Gears of War that much, but it sounds, after having Gears of War described to me, there's a button specifically to smoke and throw the cigarette that's used to allow to avoid heat-seeking missiles that fire on you. That's not a joke. It's awesome. That is really fucking cool. I love when a characteristic of your player character is used as a mechanic. You know, like they have an ability that, you know, you can use to avoid, you know, bullets or whatever or something, or you can use it to sneak or something. It's kind of a justification, because obviously, you know, coming up with a cool gameplay mechanic is one thing. Justifying it with a character and a story is another. Oh shit. This is not a good place to be stuck, I don't think. Come on. Come on. There we go. It's fine, chat. It's fine. I gotta fucking pick up these crystals. But yes, let me do one of these and one of these. Non-raiders, please feel free to swing by and say hello to our lovely friend Ferret, who just raided. Playing Vanquish at the moment, but mouth-washing. Absolute masterpiece of a game, right? It looks like it got you. But yeah, what a fucking masterpiece of a game, dude. Absolute masterpiece. Isn't such a good thing as a place to be stuck? I mean, you know, between the thighs of an ample goth girl, you know, that's a good place to be stuck. You know, an amply proportioned goth girl. You know, being stuck in the fishnets is not a terrible place to be. We're being honest. Right, so where is this fucking paver? Reach. So far, I loved it, yeah. And I was talking to a friend about how there's so much subtle sort of subtext about women's safety, and, you know, how we stand idly by pretending we can fix the issue whilst the issue is getting worse. And there's lots and lots of the character that you actually play as the most kind of not really taking responsibility for the fact that just because they aren't bad doesn't mean that you know, standing around and doing nothing while bad people do awful things, it makes you culpable. You know, it makes you you know, guilty by association, right? If you know somebody is bad, it's up to you as part of your responsibility to society to, you know, make sure they aren't able to hurt others. And there's all sorts of stuff in there about, I mean, Anya as a character, just utterly heartbreaking story, and the subtle sort of context that when she's sitting in the lounge, the sort of, you know, the relaxation room with Curly, and she says, if you notice, there's one dead pixel. And I was watching a video essay on this, right? And Anya says there's one dead pixel, right, in the corner of the screen. And Curly's like, well, I'm a big picture kind of guy. I don't really see those imperfections, right? And Curly says, you know, even in their worst moments, you know, people can be redeemed, right? Which sounds nice on paper, but when you realize that Anya's talking about the fact that most men aren't a threat, but that one dead pixel is always there. You know, it's always there. The threat is always there, regardless of whether it's, you know, a problem. That threat is always there. Even if you look at the big picture, that threat is always there. And I thought that was an incredibly powerful way to represent how women in the world, you know, have to be fearful of men because of the things that can happen. And we know that, you know, the majority of people, I would like to think the majority of people wouldn't, but it doesn't matter, you know? Like, if, you know, if 1 in 10 men is shit and 9 men stand around doing nothing, that poor person's still going to be attacked, you know? And they deserve better, you know? We live in what we'd like to call a first world, but they fucking deserve better, you know? They don't deserve to live in fear, you know, of half the fucking population, because it's half the population, you know? You can't avoid it, you know? It's half the fucking population of the Earth. Everywhere you go, half of the people are a potential threat to you. And I'm sorry, but yeah, living under that kind of anxiety and stress is fucking difficult, and it shouldn't exist, you know? We have a fucking duty of responsibility in the first world to keep women and girls safe, because it's the fucking civilized thing to do. There's no white knighting about it, it's just the fucking baseline, you know? Is that women and children should feel safe, you know? in a society. All of this kind of like, oh, they're not my responsibility, it's not up to me, it's not up to me. I'm sorry, bruv, we're all part of the same fucking society. We're all in this fucking shit show together. It's all up to everybody to do their part. Stop looking the other fucking way and stop fucking pretending you didn't see and didn't hear things. Stop fucking blaming victims. Start fucking listening to them. I love the only redeemable character is the guy that just allows it because it got awkward. Yeah. It's there staring and existing. Curly responds, it's only 1 pixel. Fuck, it's like, yeah, it's fucking powerful stuff. A lot of people would allow. It's a real evil of mouthwashing is the bystanding effect. Yeah, it's the fact that you play as characters and it jump cuts around. You get thrust into the fucking position of another character, which means you weren't there to make that choice. You just have to live with that character in the ramifications of their actions. But you know what? The person who got attacked had to live with the ramifications of a lack of inaction. So you're kind of, again, you're put in that mindset again, right? You're put into a character's shoes after the fact, right? So you have to live with what they've done, even though you wouldn't have done it yourself. But that just goes to show you about the poor women and girls that have been attacked. They wouldn't have allowed that to happen, but people try and imply that they did. And it's just like, dude, it's a horrific, horrible thing that happened to them. They wouldn't take it lightly. You know, they probably made every effort to try and avoid it. But unfortunately, when 50% of the human race is a threat, you know, so you can't stand by and let it happen.
For real? I can't believe you brought me this cargo. I think I might be getting a crush on you, dude.
Touche, good sir, touche. Whoa. Gears of War specifies hiding behind cover. Vanquish encourages you to be agile and stay away from cover, so it's adrenaline. Oh, okay, so it's kind of like, so it's asking you to be really mobile. Okay, I might have to have a look, because I've got Turbo Overkill to play. I've got a demo of that to play. I've played it a little bit, but I want to play it properly, maybe on stream at some point. But yeah, I miss Quake 3 and how quick everything in Quake 3 used to have. But I'm really old and slow now, so I probably can't even keep up. But yeah, I really enjoyed the verticality and the sort of, you know, the pros and cons of each weapon in Quake 3. Excuse me. If someone does that, especially to a child, where also people just stand and look at, man should be in the orange jumpsuit the day after. Yeah. Misty, welcome in. Jimmy's the monster, but the evil one is the one that ignores. Yes, and I mean, there's obviously other aspects to the story that I think are incredibly powerful as well. Obviously, Jimmy does something terrible, but they have that sort of, you know, that savior complex where they can fix it, they can make it right, and they're desperate to make it right before the ship docks, and they realize they're not going to be able, so they try and take everyone down with them. It's obviously very selfish and everything. We're not getting any deliveries from anybody, dude. We need to go back to the Magellan. How's it going, peoples? Yeah, I'm good, yeah. Another cozy little stream building. Well, we haven't really built that much this stream. But yeah, the roads that go to the Pioneer, I might focus on them, because yeah, they would make a big difference, and we don't need that much to do them. So if we just go and farm one portion of metals and one portion of ceramics, we should be able to get them built, and then obviously getting to and from the Pioneer will be nice and easy for me and everybody else. I'm good, Robbie. I'm glad to hear you're good. I know you've been going through it at the moment. I'm glad to hear that you're good. I hope everything isn't getting to you too much. Don't talk about being a good man, just be one. This is true. This is true. I think Curly's the personification of Socrates. Quite, yeah. And the thing is, like, Curly was having a crisis, like a crisis of conscience, right? They were like, yes, I'm good at this, but, you know, is this really all I'm destined for? You know, is this it? Have I reached the top? And obviously Jimmy is a bit resentful, because Jimmy's like, well, you know, I'd love to be where you are, you know, like, you're a talented captain and people respect you and everything. But obviously they have to, you know, they're both kind of, Jimmy kind of maybe sort of resents Curly, but doesn't want to, because he owes Curly, you know, a debt for getting him out of trouble, right? He got him the job on the spaceship carrier delivery vessel, whatever you want to call it. So obviously he feels indebted to Curly. But obviously when Curly starts talking about, you know, being honest and saying, you know, I'm not sure I'm cut out for this, just because I'm good at it doesn't mean that it's what I should be doing. And Jimmy's like, well, you know, fuck you, dude. I wish I could have what you have, you know? So there's a sort of a, but obviously I kind of brush that sort of aspect of the story to the side because, you know, Anya's story is so fucking heartbreaking of how you have to watch it happen. And yeah, the way it subtly refers to how things are for women and girls, you know, the inability to overlook that one dead pixel, you know, that 1% that could be, you know, a threat, that inability to overlook it because of, you know, it's a safety mechanism, right? So yeah, it's fucking heartbreakingly good story. And some of the sort of, you know, some of the abstract ways they represented the themes of the story are just so incredibly clever. Yeah, it's out of all of these quirky, weird little indie horror games, that one has hit the hardest by a country mile. Because there's been some stories that are, you know, unnerving and kind of creepy, that are, you know, good writing for a horror game, but that one really fucking shook me to the core. The story is quite literally told in front of you, but it's so like layered with representations of what the character's going through. And the more you look, the more details you find, and, you know, all of the symbolism about the unwanted child and everything, and all of the stuff like when Anya asks why do they put a lock on the med bay but they don't put a lock on the bedrooms, and Curly says for safety, and it's just sort of like it's classic like Clueless, like you didn't realize that, you know, women don't feel safe, right? You don't realize that until you really think about it, because you've never felt unsafe as a man. You've never been you've never been preyed upon, right? It's very rare that you've been. I mean, it does happen. I'm not going to diminish or try and undersell, you know, the things that happen to men, because some men are preyed upon, you know, when they're young boys. But yeah, day to day throughout their whole lives, you know, once a boy grows up to being a man, it becomes significantly less likely. But women have to deal with it their entire lives, which is fucking absolutely disgusting. Anyway. Let me rephrase. I think me saying R is a lesser evil than the dude who does nothing. That's wrong. There's a lot of mediums that show evil of R is, but rarely, if ever, ones of people who allow it, and those kinds of people are almost equally worse. People that notice the signs of somebody being, you know, aggressive and verbally controlling of a female partner and don't speak up. Yes, then they're sort of culpable. You know, they saw the signs and they didn't do anything. So when or if that assault happens, they are slightly responsible because they were there and they saw the signs and they didn't say anything, and that's not acceptable. Like if your friend or your friend's boyfriend or, you know, somebody you know says or does something that's kind of like, you know, a bit off color towards people who identify as female, you have to call them on it. You know, I know it's awkward, I know it's difficult, but we can't keep allowing this to happen. You know, we can't keep saying, oh, you know what, they're only joking. And then some poor girl goes to the police and they fob it off and say there isn't enough evidence, and that's it. They just have to live with it. And it's like, are you fucking serious, man? It's pathetic. It's not good enough. Dodging a huge bullet, that was good. Not someone tell me how to the fuck to block someone on Twitch. You just press then. Yeah, you have to go click on their name and then go to block. Only option is I only got the option to report. Yeah, I mean, hang on. I need an actual browser you can see. Where's I don't know where fucking Twitch is now. So in a chat. Hey Doc, in a chat, you would, I've got something, I say, on a native user card, you get this, and then you can click on the 3 dots, and then you can go to block. So it's these 3 dots here. on the outside, on the native Twitch card. But anyway, we have got an ad break starting in a moment, chat, so I do apologise. I need to pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen, so if you want to follow without any alerts going off, please feel free. Really takes a long time to trust again. Block Krill, time to go to jail. We have got a horny jail, but yeah, Krill isn't horny. They're just cheeky. It's a different. Maybe we need a cheeky jail, a Krill jail. But yes, I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. We'll do the last ad break of the stream, and then we'll finish these deliveries, and then we might have time to go and build that road. I kind of want to build that road before we do any more story, because yeah, going to the Pioneer is actually quite arduous, and that road is going to help a bunch of people, so it's not going to take long to go grab some metal. But yes, I'll pop you guys over there, and I'll be back shortly. Yeah, I think you're supposed to jump and then land on the side of the lift, but oh my god, chat, we are fucking goated. Oh my god, chat, we are fucking goated. Let's go. The basement. Oh dear. Excuse me. Oh, I still can't get the visceral. Come on. Oh. Woo. What are you saying? First go on the stream. Let's go. Woo! First go on the stream without a summon. Let's go. Loving it. Damn it. Gauntlet of Strength. You have defeated an extraordinary foes. Now you can be faced in memory as a series of consecutive battles. You know what? I think I'm okay. I think I'll be okay. Gauntlet of Strength can be accessed from the Scottish Line. Confronting memories in the past is akin to the discovery of new possibilities. Yeah, no, I'm okay. I think I'll be okay. I think I'll be okay. Somebody gave me a shout out as Bread Comes once, and I was like, nah, Bread Comes is my OnlyFans, mate. Cute. He's a crab. Crab. EU Reezy. EU Reezy, there we go. So non-raiders, please feel free to stop by this channel and have a look. What game is this?
What am I witnessing?
Are we watching a clip of somebody playing a Star Wars game? This clipception, chat. Look at this. Where else do you get this kind of integration?
What a clip.
Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck off. Fucking gacha machines, eh? Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Oh, look who's here. Look who's here. Look who's here to be the centre of attention. Are you the bestest boy? Are you the bestest boy? Just be people in general for a while. Just mean people in general when I say at least any that show me interest. Yeah, I mean, obviously taking some time to just focus on yourself is perfectly healthy. That's fairly normal, to be honest. Safety glasses while playing Bloodborne, fair. Never seen him with glasses. It would be alright if it decided to fucking work. Breadcrumbs OF, yeah, breadcrumbs, yeah. Robin Williams' birthday today. Is it his birthday? Rest in peace, Robin. Thank you for all the laughs. Really took me, got a lot less colour after his passing. Yeah, and I've got a framed picture I've got a framed newspaper from the day David Bowie passed away. And bless him, the newspaper nailed it. It's just a picture of his face and it says, "The stars look very different today." To David Bowie, 1947 to 2016. I was like, oh, damn. That fucking cuts me. Yeah. David Bowie was a big part of, my sort of coming of age and learning that it's okay to be different. Because I remember feeling like I was like, a defective human being and I didn't deserve to be here. And I thought, maybe I'm not supposed to be alive. But then I saw David Bowie being like unapologetically original in themselves and being different and everyone loved them for it. And I was like, okay, so you can be different and people can like you, so big part of my childhood. Yeah, he talked about all sorts of stuff, but unfortunately he was part of an era that was a little bit sketchy towards young ladies. I'm not going to lie, him and a lot of other artists back in the day. People do mention how they had a bit of an attraction to very young ladies, which is a kind of cringe, but product of their time, maybe, I don't know. Anyway, you're going to say hello to everybody? You can say hello, Mr. Bubba. Whoa. Yeah, exactly. Things were so fucked everywhere. Excuse me. Doesn't justify it, but obviously, cultures and time changes things. But yeah, it's can you not sit your arse on the mouse, please? I don't need your anus on the mouse. Excuse me. You know exactly what you're doing.
You take care now.
You little shit. Right. Any deliveries? Oh God. The thing is, I watched I watched a bunch of the James Bond films, Sean Connery James Bond films, and I was like, they had this kind of confidence and machismo, and just sort of they sort of embodied the role of James Bond. But then, yeah, that interview surfaced, and I was like, holy fuck, dude. Like they were trying to sort of say, but they just fucking outright confirmed it, and I was like, holy fuck, man. The 60s was a fucking crazy fucking time, dude. Gonna go to bed. Have a good stream, man. Been a pleasure. Ferret, thank you for stopping by again. I appreciate the raids. You raided us a bunch of times, and I really appreciate it, dude. So yes, please rest well. Hopefully we see you again soon. And have a lovely rest of your week, my dude. So I think we're going this way to the mechanic, and then from the mechanic we're going to go to East Fort Knott, where we can go and get the lift, the zip line up to the chronobiologist, because... Oh, we got something for this guy as well. Okay. Okay. So... Is it this way we're going? No, it is this way. Alright. Hold on in why? He did play James Bond very well, but if that's the way he was behaving towards women, then yeah, because it doesn't matter how they act on screen, if behind closed doors, they're being physically aggressive towards women, that's... I'm sorry, you've lost all your fucking kudos, my dude. You've lost all your aura.
Look that one.
Being an actor doesn't justify it, doesn't allow it, doesn't, make people look the other way. It's not acceptable from anyone. In fact, if you are the sort of person that people may end up looking up to in some way, shape or form, you kind of have to be doubly kind of, on your best behavior, because, you are getting paid a lot of money. You do lead a very privileged life. The least you could do is set a good example. But then again, you have to ask yourself what kind, what's the target audience they're trying to set an example for. And I think they were trying to set an example, or trying to gloat or boast to other men. And this is the problem, is this posturing and all these fucking sort of manosphere, red pill fucking podcast dickheads. They wax lyrical. They talk endlessly about how all the things they do make them attractive to women, but I never see them with women. I only ever see them in photographs or on a podcast with other men. So I don't really know how effective these things they're talking about really are. Sean Penn and anger issues, and this is the thing, you can have anger issues. Like me personally, I do have stress. I get way too stressed way too easily, and it takes me a long time to calm down. And although I tend to not be physically violent, I have punched a cupboard door off the hinges before. I have punched a wall a few times before, and I have pushed people away from me when they're antagonizing me. I do my best. I don't want to physically swing at somebody. I've unfortunately had to defend myself a few times, but yeah, like I say, I'm conscious of the fact that I do get stressed out. So as soon as I start to feel frustrated by something, I make a mental note that this is, there's a time limit on this. If this continues to stress you out for the next 20 minutes, it's over, buddy. And the Souls games were one thing that I kind of made an exception for. But that's why I haven't played a Souls game in a long time, because even if I just try and process the stress, the chemical reaction that occurs when you're stressed out by anything, be it a video game, work, or whatever, it affects your physical health. Your body will behave in a certain way under stress, and if it's under stress for a long time, it can become quite detrimental to your health. So yeah, I'm conscious of the fact that my stress and my frustration can force me, it can cause me to do things that I'll regret later. So I know that as soon as something starts to wind me up, especially if it's a person, I'm just gone. I just distance myself. I just stop interacting with them, and I try and move away from them, because I know that unfortunately in this world there are people that sense someone else getting stressed. They sort of notice the body language and everything else, and that makes them do it more. And I'm like, okay, if somebody politely says to you, dude, you're fucking pissing me off, you need to stop, and then you don't, then you deserve a slap. If somebody politely says to you, fuck off and leave me alone, and you continue antagonizing that person, I think to some degree you deserve a slap. Not teeth or nose or eyes, but you deserve a slap. You deserve a warning shot, because you shouldn't fucking antagonize people. It's one of the worst traits I come across in others, is people that like to antagonize others because it gives them some sort of fucking enjoyment. I'm like, you're fucking pathetic, like you're literally pathetic. You have no idea what it's like living with like high cortisol, and just the way stress just lingers, like you'll have a really stressful day and you'll get home and then a drawer won't close, so you'll fucking slam the thing closed and make it worse. And you're like, why did I do that? Why did I suddenly go from 0 to 100? It's just a drawer, And I meditate on it, but the cortisol that's in your system, it just makes you act stressed. And the silly thing is, when you act stressed, you make more mistakes. And when you make more mistakes, it makes you more stressed. And that's the danger. That's the problem. So you've got to try and be accountable for it. So like I say, if I'm stressed, I avoid certain situations and I avoid certain people, If I'm stressed out and somebody starts winding me up, I'm just like, see you later. Don't care what it is. Don't care what I'm doing. I don't care if it's an appointment at the doctor's, if it's a phone call with somebody. If they're pissing me off and I say, listen, you're starting to stress me out, you need to stop. If they start kicking off at me, I just fucking hang up, or I just walk out of the room. I'm not allowing somebody else to stress me out, because it will take days for me to completely metabolize the cortisol and get rid of it, to come back down to like a neutral center. And I can meditate to try and provide context, and that context can sometimes help me sort of mentally, speed up that process. But yeah, it's horrible. I wish it wasn't the case, but yeah. But yeah, when something stresses me out, it's the next couple of days. I'm at like a 40 or a 50% level indefinitely for a couple of days. I never go back down to zero unless I have another couple of calm. So if I have a couple of stressful days, that's it. For the next few days, I ain't doing shit. I'm not taking on any challenges. You know, I'm just not doing anything stressful or complicated because I know that I just don't have the bandwidth. I have a shortcoming in my personality and in my, you know, genetics and everything that makes me predisposed to being really stressed out with things. So I have to just stick a pin in it, you know? And like things with OBS, with the stream, you know, I've been fucking grappling with things. They just won't fucking work. And at a certain point, I'm like, you know what? It doesn't matter. You know, I wish I could get this to work, but I can't. It doesn't matter. You know, it would have been nice, but it doesn't matter. You know, draw a line under it, move on to the next thing. Because yeah, sometimes stuff just doesn't want to work. Sometimes things just will not work. Oh. Right, there's baby foxes because of the time of year. There's baby foxes outside in the car park, and obviously every time their mother goes to get food, when they wake up and they realize their mother isn't around, they start running around the car park making that shrieking like baby fox noise. It scares the fuck out of me. So yes, I close the windows at night so that little man doesn't have to hear it. We don't want you being scared of the fox, do we, little man? No, I don't think they're talking to you. You don't need to meow back. You're a stretchy boy.
Patched up and good to go.
Baby foxes are so cute, but they sound like screaming. Yeah, the ha, ha, ha. It's fucking horrifying. In the woods, mate. When my friends visit from the city or from America or whatever, and I take them out in the woods at night, you know, to go to like a rave in the woods or something, and they hear a fox like shriek, it fucking freaks them out so bad because they're not used to nature. Bless them. Surprised Jack don't got more shit on and the dude who's got an underground tunnel from his mansion to the Playboy mansion. Really? Fucking hell. Didn't know there was an underground tunnel. Because, yeah, underground tunnels and stuff, that gets kind of fucking sketchy, you know? Like, what are you smuggling in these tunnels, you know? More of a Brosnan fan. Yeah, Pierce Brosnan was really good. Daniel Craig was really good. Link screams are pretty fucked up as well. Okay. I don't think I've ever heard a Link scream. I don't think I've ever seen a Lynx in real life. You're not a Lynx, Bubba.
Nights around here get really
You're a silly little goblin boy is what you are.
Till next time.
Right, so, cargo-wise...
Well done.
He's going to go have a look out the window, I think. Right, have you got any deliveries for the chronobiologist? Those synagogue tunnels in New York, and the one guy on Twitter going, I'm hearing Hebrew under the floor, and everyone was like, yeah, sure, buddy. There is a tunnels, and it's from the synagogue to places. The guy goes on Twitter again like, yeah, no, I heard about the underground synagogue that nobody knew was there. That's fucking wild, dude. But the thing is, you know, like, if certain religions were banned and sort of, you know, punished, you can't blame people for, like, building tunnels and trying to be, you know... If synagogues weren't allowed, you know, back when New York was first being built, then, yeah, they probably found a way around it because, you know, it's their religion. You know, it's not just a hobby. Their way of life. Cat server shit makes sounds terrible. Bloody madrasses in those tunnels. It was weird. There was only tunnels. There were madrasses in the tunnel. So what's a madras? Do I buy a new league skin with my new found freedom? The shop is out. It's like, no, don't spend money. Don't spend money on in-game stuff. Save it for trips to galleries and haircuts and days out to places. Don't buy stuff in games. Mattress, okay. was about to say. Didn't realise they had a curry house in there. Madras is a curry. I mean, it's not spelt that way, but yeah. Come on. Pick that shit up. Right, so is that my... Is that mine? No. Oh, it's all fucking miles away. So we need to go back to there. Going to London next week, but still, there's a nice Kai skin. I have a bunch of skins already. This is the thing, you know, these online multiplayer games, there's always something to buy. Just always something new to buy. So yeah, but I mean, it's up to you. You know, it's your money at the end. I can't tell you what to do. Nobody can. Apart from the police, maybe you should listen to the police. You know, not always, but most of the time. But yeah, I mean, if it makes you happy, it brings you joy, you know. But yeah, try not to spend too much money on stuff in video games because yeah, it doesn't actually exist. I mean, the thing is, sometimes there's like a whole marketplace where you can buy and sell stuff, and that kind of, you know, because you can get the money back out, and sometimes the stuff goes up in price. But they know this. The platforms, the games, you know, the games platform, they know this, so they're not gonna, you know, they're gonna be cashing in on a percentage of the sale. It won't be a fixed fee, will it? It'll be a percentage. Right, where is this fucking... Where's the fucking zip line I put down? It should be over here somewhere. Over here. There it is. There she is. What I do is find myself a pathetic person online to buy them for me, and my friend had one last year. She got a lot. You shouldn't be taking advantage of people on the internet. That's not very polite. I mean, I know it's about getting that bag, sis, but at the same time, you shouldn't be taking advantage of people. We can't abide by that. I reposted a crazy video of a kid at some game that was a small children, and one skin out of like 500 monster cost $14 US. Kid could easily spend $500 US on an app in an hour. Fucking hell, that's pretty scary. Said I was, oh, you were joking? Oh, okay, joking. I was going to say, going to sleep. I'm very tired tomorrow. Thank you for stopping by. Sleep well, dude. Little girl bought shit on a game for £800 one time. I was like, thank God you and my kid, otherwise I would have vealed out like crazy. £800. I think my friend was actually true. Like she bought her about 600 euros of skins. I got a few too, but I didn't ask for them. Yeah, you obviously, you know, you're not a kid anymore, but you know, you've got to be careful with people doing favors for you on the internet. It can get a little bit sketchy. As long as you stay safe. Because yeah, somebody was explaining to me that there's like it's called FinDom, like financial dominatrix or something, where like either, you know, man or woman or whatever, but they're a financial dominatrix, so they buy things for people, and that's what gets them off. And I don't know what the the criteria is, but yes, sign me up. Like, not to buy things, but yeah. If somebody wants to financially dominatrix me and just pay for everything, fucking go for it. I got fucking rent bills, I got electricity bills, I got fucking water bills, I got fucking food bills, I got fucking, you know, GPU bills. Yeah, he just felt bad because we were in the voice call, I see. Game popped up all the time, like, do you want to buy, do you want to buy, do you want to X symbol was super small, so yeah, you see. This is it, dude. And they go after kids. It's when they go after kids, man, because, you know, when there's like Candy Crush and you've got to pay for whatever, and they're getting, you know, housewives addicted or whatever, it's kind of scummy. But yeah, when they fucking make games for kids that you have to, you know, and there's a miniature X button so you can't see how to close it, so you just push the big button and $4 just disappears. It's fucking sketchy, dude. They're fucking children, man. They're fucking children. Played a mobile game since, yeah, and this is the thing, is these apps, like, they always come fully like open so you can just spend money. They're never delivered and you have to turn it on or get parental permission, you know? And that's the sketchy thing, is it's never about parental permission. Yeah, your kids can just download the app on their dad's iPad or whatever and start playing, and they don't realize that they're actually spending money.
Thank you for working so late. I'll check your orders right away.
You mean a sugar daddy and a sugar mummy? So, yeah, I suppose that's one way of putting it. Thought we had a shot with my friend, even though she said no multiple times. Yeah, I mean, as long as your intentions are clear, because obviously, yeah, I get it, you know, but at the same time, is, you know, I've heard stories before where, you know, someone's like, oh yeah, they buy me stuff all the time, and then, you know, they say they want to meet this person, and they say, okay, that's too much, you know, I don't want any more presents from you, whatever, but they're like, well, you know, I know where you live. And they're like, what? Like, yeah, I know where you live, obviously, you know. I've spent so much money on you, we need to go out on a date, you know. And then it gets kind of sketchy, so.
I made a little something that I'm confident will give you an extra boost. I can't say for certain if the effect will be...
Well, I can do my volunteering and not be scared of extra costs. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
To make life easier, right?
Somebody was like, what would you do if the woman of the household made more money than you? I was like, give her a high five, tell her nails look nice, you know, you know. The fuck do you mean, you know? They're allowed to make more money than me if they want to, you know? Like, wouldn't you feel emasculated? I'm like, well, no, I don't draw my masculinity from such trivial things. My masculinity comes from, you know, knowing my worth as well as knowing my place. And concepts such as, you know, although I'm capable of great violence, I'm also capable of greater compassion. Understanding that it's my role in society to be a protector and to, you know, look after people that can't look after themselves. And, you know, that may involve heavy lifting from time to time, and so be it. That's what I'm good for. If that's what I'm good at, then that's what I'm good at, you know? I don't go to the gym for nothing. She never said exactly where she lived, so we were safe. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. However, there was a story. Speaking of story, there was a story of some online influencer girl, and she took a selfie at the train station. And somebody zoomed in and saw the reflection of a sign at that train station in her eye, because the phone cameras are so high quality these days, and then stalked that train station until he saw her and attacked her. And it's like, holy fuck. People are willing to go to some pretty fucking extreme lengths. So yes, I know you say you're being careful, I'm sure you were, but be extra, extra vigilant. You have no idea how far some people will take it.
We managed to learn a few more things about Nirvana.
Nirvana. I'm surprised everybody isn't smoking a vape, to be honest.
Contracted by breaches. That's what we told you before. Since then, I received a mail.
Another one from our very own Hartman, I'm guessing. Look, we sure we can trust them, whoever they are.
They are almost certainly someone on the inside. Someone with access to the UCA's administrative systems. It seems Neil Vanna was attending therapy sessions.
But the real revelation is who Vanna's therapist was. Charlie, can you please explain?
A specialist who worked with other doomed sufferers, including one Sam Bridges. She was your therapist and your partner.
Oh.
Lucy?
Neil Vanna's name was on our client list. Right there in black and white.
That's crazy.
We also uncovered a photo you should see.
Ooh, okay.
Per the records, they perished in a void out which claimed an entire city. A void out only you survived, Sam.
Lucy was pregnant at the time.
It wasn't mine. The child she was carrying. She straight up told me to my face.
Fuck.
I never had any kids.
That's why Lou's so important to her.
She was just my shrink. Helping me to work through my Offenfassenphobia.
Offenfassenphobia.
That's all she ever was to me.
Oh, Sam's being defensive. Ooh. Now that's how they're tied. Okay. So she was pregnant when she was killed by a void out that Sam survived. So Sam was there. So that's the strand that connects them, is the fact that his partner was carrying that other guy's baby, from the looks of it, or what's been suggested so far. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Asked me that one time, what if I earned more than you? And I just answered, you can start paying some bills. Should be careful either way. I think I was a sugar daddy guy, and the girl said don't want any more, and stalked up and ended up in a suitcase. That, oh yeah, that's fucking terrifying.
Something wrong tomorrow?
Oh, Sam puts the photos up on the wall. Bless him. But yeah, you never know who the guy is, and like there's all sorts of stories about, you know, like people grooming young people, both male and female, and then, you know, it's a trafficking operation. It's fucking awful. Absolutely fucking awful. There are some fucking awful people out there. Raindrops. What was that down? What's this? Read book. Okay. Look, we're going to read Moby Dick. Classic. Oh, there's a photograph of Tarman.
That's Tarman's son. He must have placed the photograph in here for safekeeping.
Oh, okay.
This is an important memento. Why don't we go and take it to him?
Son. Okay. Raindrops keep falling on. Yeah, lovely little details. And the game is full of little details that I love. I know I've been somewhat critical of a few things, but I think it's only fair for me to explain exactly how I'm feeling about the game as a whole. Glasses on first.
Thank you.
My boy.
Yes.
Dreams of being an e-girl have been
Still out there
shattered.
somewhere. Born along
Yeah,
on the
1 in a
coast
million. This is it.
with this right hand of mine. It's due to my connection with said missing piece that I can read the movements of the tar. Something akin to a phantom pain.
He said the thing.
Do you want to hear the story?
Sure.
I was both a medical doctor and a geophysics researcher.
He said the thing.
Once upon a time. In those days, the tar currents were a key focus of mine.
He just said it, chat. He just said it.
This ship was originally built to facilitate my studies, in fact. The deep tar hunting vessel Magellan, we named it.
Deep hunting vessel.
A ship
Okay.
perfectly suited to pursuing the creatures that thrive in the tar's depths. Another avenue of research, you might say. We called them chiral mammals, for lack of a better name. Seemed like the closest fit. Reckoned if we caught one, we could figure out all the mysteries. The tar, the tides, hell, maybe even the stranding.
Whoa, she's a big one.
Oh, mate. Please don't let something happen. Please don't. Oh, please don't let something happen to his son.
I'll be fine, Pop.
Oh, he's cavalier and reckless, chat. Oh, I don't like this. Oh. Don't be silly, boy. Don't be silly. Oh, come on, mate. You've had a couple of warning shots.
I think she's pregnant. Hey, Pop. This is weird.
Get away from it, then. Oh.
Stop!
Supposed to clip him, mate. Oh, shit.
And just like that, the tar took my boy, and my hand along with him.
Sorry. Buddy, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, I had to. Is the cat his son? Just like my cat. But yeah, he said to his son to clip in. He told him.
At first, I thought this little guy was my son reborn.
If I may ask a question, the hunters that attacked you after you caught the chiral mammal, are you sure they came from within the creature's womb?
Yes.
Yes. That said, I'm not of the opinion that the hunters were its offspring.
Its womb merely served as a gateway to the other side.
Indeed. The tar and the beach are connected.
Well, damn. I'm glad we fucking gave him the picture. You know, I mean, yeah, tragic. It's tragic. You know, I'm not glad we saw his son die and he lost his hand, his arm. But yeah, I'm glad we fucking noticed that. Jesus. Right. Shower time. Fucking hell. Shower time, I think. Don't trust people on the internet. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, safety first. Tied to interacting with books. Yeah. Story for interacting with the books. Head goes pop, hold on tight. Luck so far, it'd be me. Very bad way of losing one's son. PTSD. Yeah, exactly. You know, like you had them. And the thing is, you pulled them back aboard. But then obviously that chiral explosion thing, the corpse of it just exploding, fucking just took him out. Fucked. So, sleep till morning. Etched into his memory. Yeah, for sure. I'm not surprised. Right. Keep on keeping on. Right, so I need to get some metals and some ceramics, but I think we might have enough in the Magellan. We recycled a fucking shit ton of stuff. But are we going to get a little dream sequence when we plug back in?
You really don't remember me.
Time passed while you were sleeping. Really?
Lucy.
It's generally how it works.
Ah, yes. She was your therapist, wasn't she?
Ooh. I mean, come on. Right, so we need to go back down to the bottom, grab our truck, figure out how many metals and everything else we need, and then we'll go and build those roads. Time passes when we sleep. Nani?
Ooh, just the man I've been waiting for. The Metagenomics' main order is prepped and ready for you. We'd like you to capture the timefall-resistant emu I identified and take it to her shelter. You might find the capturing part tricky, but if you're real quiet, you shouldn't have too much trouble getting close. Now, this emu appears to possess certain unique temporal properties. It may well have some kind of connection to extinction entities as well. The metagenomicist might have different insights.
So what you're saying is it's a nuclear fucking emu.
Personally, I'm hoping this might lead us to a major breakthrough. Help us out, Sam.
Oh, there's another person. Another shelter over here. Okay. So we're not really going that direction at the moment, but I don't want to come all the way fucking back here, to be honest. So I'll take both of these orders because I don't want to come all the way back up here to fucking activate them. So we'll take them because we're going to go past those areas at some point anyway. So back down the hill, back into the truck. We'll grab hopefully only sort of, 800-ish worth of metals and 800-ish of ceramics. And then we can get a road to the Pioneer sorted. Reading some random Wikipedia mini articles, JFK ordered 1,200 Cuban cigars, then the morning after he banned them in the USA. What a fucking prick. On the same quest now, really? Ah, okay. Okay, you're a little bit ahead. Okay. I'm not gonna do the quest. I'm gonna build some roads and stuff. So you'll have a few days to sort of build up a bit of a buffer, because I wouldn't want to spoil anything for you. Not one of my favorites. But yes, I resisted the temptation. I'm going to be honest, chat. I know I have been a bit critical of a few things, but I do genuinely. I woke up this morning and I was like, I get to play Death Stranding with the gang tonight. You know, I get to stream with the gang tonight, and I get to play Death Stranding today. And tomorrow I'll be sort of mucking around doing something else, but I'll want to play it. So yeah, I am really genuinely really immersed in it, and I am starting to worry that being, you know, streaming games and talking about them from a design perspective, I feel like it might be making me a little bit too critical. What's going on here? What? See, this is the problem, dudes, is people build zip lines in places that just don't make any fucking sense. So you end up getting lost. Would be nice to choose a series of zip line, because I remember back in the day I had to put a marker on the zip line I wanted to go to, so I had to create A, B, C, D, because there were so many of them, and eventually I got so fed up I just went around and I just fucking disassembled a bunch of them, because I'm sick of fucking going the wrong way. I'm sick of, you know, doing this, waiting for 15 seconds and then realizing I've got to go back another 15 seconds to go to the, I just got so fed up with it. I ended up disabling a bunch of them just to make it easier. Caught up over the weekend, thought I got far ahead of you, but alas, I was wrong. Yeah, I mean, despite how much time I waste building roads and waffling, I do manage to get through some games sometimes. Sometimes. VNC Death, welcome in again. Mr. Brett, have you tried with Pizza Master's technique? No, I saw a clip of someone doing one. I saw a clip of him doing one. But yeah, there's a few other ones that look pretty funny, but yeah. Yeah, I can't remember. So I did a dodge a second ago. Okay. Forgot to try that too, yeah. No, I need to probably read the controls again, because there's a series of button combinations you press. But I saw one where they did like an acrobatic flipping like slam move, and I was like, oh my god. There's full-on melee combat, chat. The dough spinning technique on a mule. Ah, so I need to find a mule to do it. Okay, cool. I need to find a victim. But yeah, it's both shoulder buttons and then hold circle. Okay. I have to wait until there's a guy coming around the corner or something. Right, so yes, those two roads we saw didn't require that much material, so I think we could finish them off. Somebody's done a good job of getting them almost over the line, so yeah, we'll finish that off. Hold L2 and R2 to start moves. Okay. Because yeah, there were other ones as well. You hold L2 and R2, and then I think there's one X and one maybe on square and triangle. But yeah, we can experiment with them at some point. But yeah, when I've got some people to punch, then we'll have a look. But yes, some new melee attacks we kind of, because the level 2 or level 3 gloves I've got, yeah, I can just melee people into oblivion, which is pretty cool. Because yeah, I think next time I want to practice some more stealth. Because yeah, I genuinely enjoyed sneaking and taking people down. I really enjoy that in games. So I think moving forward, I'd like to try and focus on stealth a bit more. That fucking song stuck in my head. Right, so out here in the desert, we need 640 ceramics. Uh, 1,200 ceramics. And then 300, so 1,500 ceramics. What have you got, motherfucker? You better have it, I swear to God. You better fucking have it. They don't. I don't think they do. Oh, it's close though. It is close though. We might have some ceramics on the truck. So metals. Metals, we need... So first one we need... Right, that's done. Second one we need 550. And then 330, which is 880. That should be easy. We should be able to get that. Yeah. One of your hairs, mate, floating around, getting stuck to my moustache, and then tickling my nose. Right, so we needed 1,500 odd ceramics, so I'm just going to double check. We've got... I don't think we've got it, to be honest. So we need some more ceramics from somewhere. But, I mean, we might be able to get them from the Pioneer, to be honest. So, as long as we leave it till the last one, we should be able to get it from the Pioneer. So that'll be fine. Should be fine. Electric gloves do much more damage on the robots. You need to... Yes, yeah, and I've noticed that I can now do a breakdown where, like, I grab them by the hips and electrocute them. And I think that may be because of the the gloves, sorry. Or maybe something I unlocked somewhere, but yeah. But do you know what? I kind of liked tying him up with a strand, and I really enjoyed when you tied up one of the ghost soldiers, you pulled the string around their necks so hard it used to break their skull off. I thought that was a really cool animation, so yeah, I might see if we can do that again, because yes, as you guys saw, the shooting combat is not a lot of fun. It's not bad, it's just not very good. It's kind of, you know. And yeah, I'm not here for kind of okay. I'm here for, like, yeah, the best we can get. So I'm going to try stealth from now on a bit more, and hopefully that means we can have a few more encounters that are a little bit less annoying. The drugs, no, I mean the gloves. Not the gloves, not the drugs, not the gloves. Not the drugs in the glove box, I promise, officer. My stealth strat rating is so low in this game because I never really... Yeah, well, this is it, is that I feel as if my combat has gone up a little bit. So I need to now go back to stealthing because I've done a lot of shooting and yeah, it's not bad, but it's not great either. It doesn't really do anything for me. And I think I prefer sneaking around and figuring out gaps in their patrols where I can, yeah, take advantage. What's up here? I don't think I ever went up here fully. We're heading in this direction anyway, so I don't know if I went. So is there like a plateau type area up here? I think there is. Oh yeah, this is where the horror gates are. Okay, so yeah, actually, yeah, I lie. I apologise, chat, I'm lying. Textbook streamer lying to chat. No, I have been up there before. Sam, Jesus, the brakes, man. Learn how to press the brakes. Look, will I debrief my bestie? Ah, yes. Let the bestie know. Let the bestie know. We have some people to punch. The gloves are quite. Yes. So yeah, I think there's a few people around here. So. Shit up. Oi. Fucking goblin mode has been activated. What was that? Alright, I just heard something. Bye-bye. What are you doing?
You're mine.
I can't hear him. He'll come running back in the room in a second. Bye-bye. Give me 1 sec. Sorry, he's fine. He's fine, you know. Any parents in chat will know exactly what I'm going on about. When you hear a thud and then you don't hear anything, it's just like, why have you left your truck? I'm sorry, buddy. But yeah, that's unacceptable. Get your fucking basic ass... leave it in the pile of rubbish. Get your fucking basic ass truck out of my way. Yes, Bubba, I was just checking you hadn't done yourself a mischief. Seeing as you went running into the next room at Mac fuck. And then I heard a thumping noise and then nothing else, which is obviously a very scary thing to hear as a parent. Yeah, they just leave them in the middle of the road, and the thing is, you can't push them out of the way with your truck. You have to get out of your truck. And in the end, I just started disassembling them because, yeah, once a bunch of people had played the game, there was a lot of stuff. So I was just disassembling stuff which didn't serve me. Like these motherfuckers that farm likes by putting generators on the road. So you fucking cheap bastards. And look, people putting 2 fucking watchtowers right next to each other. It's like, you don't get it, do you? You really don't get what a Stranding game is, right? You don't understand that it's about collectively us covering all the bases, you know? Yeah, we'll do this one first. We all collectively build a little bit and it all adds together to make this sort of, you know, much more traversable world. It's a collective effort and it's really, really interesting as a game mechanic, sort of generating this indirect cooperation. Gosh. Really interesting theory. So yeah, this should hopefully connect to the road up there. I mean, I don't see a paver in between. So Hopefully.
Okay.
Excuse me, ads. Oh my god, I've got so many buttons these days. I'm just going to snooze those ads for a little bit. I'm sure we can put those off for a little bit. You got 302 fucking chiral crystals as well. Oh, we got 10 racks. Okay. That'll do us, chat. Yeah, cool. Okay. That's super handy. Oh, it does go a little bit off into the distance. I thought because it's such a long stretch back to there, it will be like literally it'll stop like there. But no, it does carry on a little bit. But yeah, in reality, this road would immediately get covered in sand, so it's kind of pointless, but it doesn't matter. But yeah, I think having a road to the Pioneer is going to help because we need to 5-star them. Hey, look, a kangaroo in the desert. Fairly organic and realistic RNG event. Just a random ass fucking kangaroo out in the middle of fucking nowhere. Right, so yeah, we need some ceramics for this one as well. Wife says hello. Hello, Mrs. Neela. Welcome in. Does the road get covered with that's what I'd like to know. I'd like to know because obviously being able to drive to and from the Pioneer without having to get stuck in the sand or anything, yeah. I think this is going to help me, but it's going to help a lot of other people as well, which is, yeah, it's kind of the point, right? Is that there's something very cathartic and sort of, you know, fulfilling about building roads that other people are going to benefit from as well as me. Oh, there's a big old fucking drop there. Excuse me. But yes, when you see vehicles out in the middle of nowhere, they're usually out of battery for obvious reasons, right? So it's kind of like, if you build roads, it means people don't end up getting stuck in the middle of fucking nowhere, and they don't get stressed out by the game, which means they like the game more. When they like the game more, they speak fondly of it, and then more people play Kojima's games, and Kojima Productions does really well, and Kojima gets happily ever after, after being fucking mugged off by Konami. But have you guys heard the story about how he didn't tell his mum that he'd left Konami to start his own studio? He wanted to wait until Death Stranding was out and he'd made some money and he was doing okay because he didn't want to worry her, but then she passed away before the game came out. It's so fucking heartbreaking, dude. So fucking heartbreaking. Oh, so close as well, chat. But yeah, we just need a little bit of ceramics. Heartbreaking. Building the trolling strategies is so much more rampant in this game than the last one without... Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Kojima went full ham on with the string when taking down mules and robots. It looks like the neck snapped with a crunch, I hear. But yeah, people building pointless structures. Because I think when I first started the game, you only need fucking 60 ceramics. When I first played the game on release, shortly after like the release, once a bunch of people had a chance to play it, when the game first released, there was like a limit on chiral bandwidth for everybody. So you had like, you know, you could build a few things, but the chiral bandwidth was getting filled up. And I think they changed it so that everybody gets their own chiral bandwidth that's a bit smaller. So look, this is just a pain in the ass, this is. The vehicle gets completely fucking stuck. But yeah, like, I was trying to build something and I had no chiral bandwidth. I was like, okay, well, I'll just go and fucking delete. And I checked and I was like, no, I haven't really got any stuff. I could delete some ladders, but that's not going to be enough, right? And then I checked and I was like, look at all of this shit that doesn't need to exist, you know, like bridges over flat ground, and I think they patched it so that everybody got their own allowance, because I think at first everybody was sharing an allowance, and obviously for, you know, obvious reasons, fucking just it didn't work, because yeah, people were just building shit for no fucking reason, and then when you needed to build a bridge, you fucking couldn't. That area was full up. And I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, man. And you were looking at a bridge over flat ground that didn't do anything whilst you were trying to build a bridge over a fucking river. And yeah, I was like, fucking stupid people. But yeah, they changed it so that then suddenly I had a bunch of chiral bandwidth that was mine to use. And that's when the zipline network really started to take off. Anyway, we've got an hour break coming up. I could probably snooze it once more. We get another 5 minutes on that one. I've got a delivery for this person anyway, so I might as well get this out of the way. And then we'll grab 60 or whatever it was. Yeah, there we go. Ooh. Desert red, okay.
I'm getting teary-eyed, for real. Have some more materials, Sam.
Yes. Yeah, so my combat is now full, but it's not gold. But my stealth is only 46. What's weird is my combat is 38. My stealth is 46, but my stealth looks smaller, but I suppose it's because it's gold. Okay. So yeah, I need to do some more stealthing, and I need to do some more combat. So I need a bit more of both. And then I don't think it goes beyond gold, because, you know, bridge link, servicemanship, porter, those haven't really moved in a while. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah. Cool, so it was ceramics, I believe we needed. 60 ceramics. Oh, there's another one there. Okay. And then, oh, I see. Okay, there's a road here as well. Okay. So, yeah, we've got that one to think about next stream. But yeah, let's get 60 ceramics and get this one built, because that's right over there, so that's not a problem.
Well done.
So, I mean, I might also see how much metal, or how many metals this guy has. He's got 1,600 metals. So yeah, we'll claim that. Shush, I know it's almost time to wrap up stream, Bub, right now. I know, Bubba. I know. Cool. Right, let's go get that last bit of road built. Meow. You're still the bestest, Bubba. Don't worry, you're still the bestest boy. Just a little bit longer, and then we scoop you up like a baby, and we scratch you on the belly, and you pretend that you don't like it by squirming, but then you sort of settle into it, and then you start gently scratching my hand like you're making biscuits, but upside down. And then you start to wince your eyes and close them and start purring like a little fucking machine. The post-stream belly scratches. Don't worry. They're still on the cards, don't worry. But yes, I'm going a bit longer. Bubba wants his cuddles now. Yes, he wants a cuddle. He wants a cuddle before bedtime. Because he's the bestest baby boy. Right, let's get this built. And then we might have enough to go and chuck some. We're probably not going to be able to do all of it. Okay. But some of it, maybe. Damn, that's actually quite a lot of road. You guys sit down over there, curl up like a little loaf.
Feels good.
And I'll be with you shortly. Right, last section, chat, I promise. But I've been really good tonight. I've been really good. I've only built a little bit of road, you know? And bearing in mind that we've built like an absurd amount of road so far, I think I've been pretty good tonight. We've done a bunch of deliveries. We 5-starred some more people. We saw a bit of story, which was really interesting. And we got some roads built. So another really productive stream, I think. Yeah, but I need to put some food out for tomorrow. Oh, yes, don't forget to defrost. I've done that so many times. I fucking forgot to take something out for dinner when I leave for work in the morning. So when I get home, there's nothing defrosted. Oh, it's the fucking worst. It's the fucking worst. But yeah, I'm fully adjusting to my air fryer, dudes. It's so fucking good. I hate to jump on the bandwagon, but it is fucking pretty good. It's pretty fucking useful. Not quite enough. Okay. So we just need a little bit of ceramics, which I think, so we need 540 ceramics, and we're not too far away from that distro center, are we? And I imagine they've probably got, have they got any facility storage? No, it's just a mine, isn't it? So we've got a road. No, it doesn't. The road doesn't even fucking go to the Pioneer. It just goes past, and there's a massive sand drift. Fuck's sake. Okay, so we need 540 of that. Okay, whatever. Air fryers are the best. Yeah, this is it. People said to me, you know, people get an air fryer and they forget that the microwave even exists. I'm like, it's fucking true, dudes, you know? Obviously, I can't fucking just stay out here in the fucking desert. So let's head this way and see if... Let's see if this place does have any ceramics in storage. If not, I'll just save my game then. But yeah. Unfortunately, I won't be able to catch this outbreak, chat. This outbreak is going to have to play, I'm afraid. I've snoozed it too many times. Hang on. Tell a lie. Oh, we got one more fucking snooze. Right, you can get fucked. Get fucked, ads. Air fryers need less oil if you want to. You can just use oil sprays in a can. Or you can just leave some oil in the air fryer. I don't even... well, yeah, there is oil residue from the food, but I don't put oil... I don't add oil to it at all. I use kitchen towel to clean it out. So I sort of... I dry fry. But lots of foods are coming kind of with a sort of a soft sort of, you know, dusting of oil on them anyway. And yeah, you just chuck them in the air fryer for like 15-20 minutes, you know. It's you know, 15-20 minutes from like cold, you know, the oven is cold, the air fryer is cold, 15-20 minutes to a cooked meal. Whereas with my oven, I've got to turn the damn thing on, probably spends about £3 worth of electric just getting warm enough to cook. We got a lot of fucking metal there as well. This mine has been working, chat. Right, have you got any ceramics? I know you've got metal. I can see it. Have you got any metals? Ceramics. Let me check. Oh, we got a bunch of metals in our storage. But no. Yeah, nah. You can't get ceramics here. Okay. That's a shame. You can get a shit ton of metals, but no ceramics, I'm afraid. So, we'll do there is one of these, one of these, one of these. Marvelous. Title screen. Close the game, but I'm going to leave this open because I want to see if my new photos get uploaded. But yes, I'll leave that there. Right, let me jump you guys over here. We'll hang out on the raiding screen for a little bit. So we've got the raid messages there. First one is for subs. Second one is for non-subs. Please feel free to copy and paste the one that pertains to you. And then we've got the socials. We've got the Discord that I mentioned. Please feel free to hop into the Discord if you want to hang out, get notifications about when I go live on both YouTube and Twitch. Also, we're going to start doing movie nights in there at some point when I finally get my arse in gear. But there's also a photography section, technology section, a meme section, all your sort of basic stuff. But it's nice and chilled out in there. There's not stuff going on all the time. I'm not constantly pinging everybody all the time. It's nice and chilled out because I want to keep it that way. But yes, there's the Discord there. We've also got all the socials. We've got the Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. I post vertical format clips of the stream on those ones, as well as the streaming. You know, I stream live to YouTube as well. But there'll be a VOD on there if you want to watch it, of course. You can watch the VODs on Twitch as well. But whichever platform suits you the best, I don't really, you know, have any sort of right to tell anybody where to go. But yes, VNZ, thank you for stopping by, dude. Nilo, thank you for stopping by and hanging out on the YouTube. YouTube, I am going to call it there. And then we're going to raid out on Twitch, so I'll end the YouTube stream. Thank you for everyone hanging out on the YouTube streams. Makes a massive difference. The watch hours and obviously getting some viewership on a different platform, getting things moving on that platform is super, super handy. It's good to have a backup, of course, somewhere to go if Twitch doesn't work out for us. So yes, thank you for everyone that supports the YouTube. I really appreciate that. The YouTube link is there, guys. If you guys want to subscribe to it, it's free on YouTube, and obviously it helps out a lot. But yes, I won't go into smashing the like button and everything. I won't go into that spiel. But yes, I'll end the YouTube stream there. So thank you, YouTube. See you guys next time, which I should tell you will be Wednesday, 5 p.m. UK time onwards. And then after that, will be Saturday midday onwards. But yes, thank you guys for hanging out on the YouTube. I'll see you next